planned to help us explore these challenges, understand modern solutions, and strengthen our academic and professional readiness. So, without further ado, I like to start the FDP with Saraswati Vandana, followed by college anthem.
सर्वविधविकासार्थं तन्त्रविद्याप्रबन्धनैः छात्राणां प्रकृते ज्ञानं स्यात् सद्यो मनीषया नाटिलोपाधिसम्पन्नो यन्नचूडमनाभिधः वैद्यधिकैको न विंशतितमवत्सरे अभियन्तु महाविद्यालयः संस्थापितो महान् शिक्षा जवाहरनासैः जयता भारते भूमि मानवतास्तु सर्वत्रादिनो हीनो न कश्चन चारित्र्यं राष्ट्रबन्धुत्वं भूयात् राष्ट्रजनखिले तनुता तन्त्रविद्या च वृद्धिं यतु प्रबन्धनम् विद्यार्थी प्राप्नुयात् सिद्धिं भूयात् सर्वस्य मङ्गलम्.
Now, I would like to welcome our respected HOD ma'am, Dr. Manjusha Deshmukh, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in AC Patil College of Engineering, Khargone. She has completed her bachelor's degree, master's, and PhD in computer science and engineering. She has IT industry experience of 5 years, research experience of 5 years, and teaching experience in computer engineering courses over 20 years spanning across various institutes in Mumbai. She is a life member of Indian Society for Technical Education ISTE and LIC member of Mumbai University. She has received the Best Paper Award for the paper entitled as An Adaptive Neighbor Knowledge Based Hybrid Broadcasting for Emerging Communication at ICC NCT 2019. She has published 40 papers in various Scopus indexed journals, international journals, and conferences. She has conducted STTPs for students as well as faculties. She has also organized and participated in various FDPs, STTPs, international conferences, seminars, and workshops. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to request Honorable HOD ma'am to address FDP.
Thank you, Kalpana. Good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inauguration function of our FDP on emerging areas in cybersecurity, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering of AC Patil College. I extend warm welcome to our guest of honor as well as today's session resource person, Dr. Dayanand Ambawade sir, faculty colleagues from our institutions and various institutions. Also, all the participants who have joined us for this important academic initiative. In today's digital era, the rapid expansion of technologies ranging from IoT, cloud computing, AI, blockchain has brought unprecedented opportunities. At the same time, it has significantly expanded the attack surface. Cybersecurity is no longer an optional domain. It has become a foundational requirement for every technological innovation. The increasing frequency and sophistication of our cyber threats demand that academia continuously update its knowledge base and technical practices. This FDP is designed with the objective to equip educators, researchers, and industry professionals with the updated insights, practical tools, and emerging trends in cybersecurity. Over the years, participants will gain exposure to areas such as advanced network security, digital forensics, blockchain based security, AI driven security, OT security, and secure IoT architecture. As a department that specializes in IoT and cybersecurity, we strongly believe that the role of educator is critical in shaping the next generation of cyber defenders. Faculty development programs like this serve as bridge between academic knowledge and the industry relevance, helping us to redesign curriculum, upgrade our research directions, and strengthen the competency of our students. I am extremely grateful to our expert resource person who have taken out time from their professional commitments to guide us throughout the program. This expertise will enrich our understanding and inspire us to explore new dimensions in cybersecurity. I also take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts of the organizing team, coordinator, and the faculty members who have worked tirelessly to make this FDP possible. To all the participants, I encourage to interact actively, ask questions, and explore ideas in these 5 days. Let this FDP not just a learning experience, but a platform to collaborate, innovate, and contribute meaningfully to the evolving field of uh, cybersecurity. Once again, I welcome you all and wish the program great success. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving light of the FDP program and guidance. In today's digital world, cybersecurity has become not just a technical requirement, but a critical pillar for safeguarding individuals, industries, and nations. With rapid advancements in cloud computing, IoT, blockchain, and AI technologies, the nature of threats has evolved drastically, demanding continuous learning and upskilling. This FDP has been crafted to address these emerging challenges and empower faculty members with the latest knowledge, practical skills, and research insights in the field of cybersecurity. Over next 5 days, from 24th November to 28th November 2025, participants will engage with distinguished experts from premier institutes and industries. Each session has been designed to provide a perfect blend of theory and hands-on exposure. We begin with fundamental aspects like web application security, network security, and gradually advance to specialized domains such as cloud security, IoT and AI security, blockchain technology, industrial OT networks, and digital forensics. The program will conclude with an industrial visit, a test, and a valedictory session providing real-world insights into cybersecurity practices. I am confident that this FDP will enrich our understanding, inspire innovative thinking, and strengthen our collective efforts in creating a safe digital ecosystem. Thank you all for joining us, and I wish everyone a meaningful and productive learning experience. Let me have the privilege to introduce our chief guest and first resource person for today, Dr. Dayanand Ambawde sir. Dr. Dayanand Ambawde sir is a distinguished academician and associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Sardar Patel Institute of Technology, SPIT, Mumbai. With an impressive career spanning over 27 years, he has established himself as an expert in areas such as computer networking, cybersecurity, digital forensics, blockchain technology, cloud computing, machine learning, and network monitoring and management. PhD in technology from the University of Mumbai and an MTech in communication engineering from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, that is IITB. A passionate Linux enthusiast and advocate on open source software, he has authored 3 books, including Linux Lab, Open Source Technologies and Linux Lab, and Advanced Computer Networks. With a strong research footprint, Dr. Ambawde has published more than 65 technical papers in reputed international journals and conferences. His commitment to knowledge dissemination is evident from the 100 plus hands-on workshops he has conducted and 4,500 plus students he has trained in Linux, networking, security, administration, cloud computing, DevOps, and related technologies. His contributions also extend to funded research, including the successful completion of a project on security visualization under Government of India. Dr. Ambaude's excellence in teaching has been recognized with several honors, notably the prestigious Pragyavant 2006 award presented by Foreign a member of Board of Studies DAPC and Academic Council at SPIT Mumbai. I request Dr. Ambaude sir, please address the FDP. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Uh, Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much. Thank you so much for your kind words. I take this opportunity to thank AC Patil College of Engineering organizing committee, especially Manjusha Deshmukh Madam, inviting me for this online faculty development program on emerging trends in cybersecurity. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants, distinguished faculty members, head of departments, and the resource person of this online FTP program. Uh, I must congratulate the organizing committee to keep this webinar or online FDP session on emerging trends in cybersecurity. That's a need of an hour. Uh, I mean, what can say this, as all of us are connected to internet, uh, and there is a incredible growth of usage of internet for almost everything. So there could be many trends. Okay, I just would like to address. I would like to just touch upon important trends. Okay, there can be many trends of emerging trends in cybersecurity, but one of the important trends is IT, IoT, and OT, which is operational technology. As we can see that as we are using so many smart devices, okay, including your smartwatch, your smart fridge, smart appliances, and so on and so forth. As Gartner is one of the technology forecasting company, has predicted there are going to be 30 to 35 billion devices going to be there in by 2030, and out of that 30 to 40% devices going to be the in a consumer electronics. That means all of us are going to use them. And what is happening is that it is evolving I mean, the attack surface. So more the attack surface, more the possibility of the cyber attack. So that's a concern. How are you going to protect ourselves, our organization, our business, or our business processes with respect to this expansion of the attack surface? So we need a proper security mechanism, technology in place to ensure the security when it comes to the Internet of Things, IoT, which is a sensory technology, and that is embedded almost every kind of a solution today. Um, and then operational technology. So the attacks are not just limited uh, to the virus or worm. Okay, those days, these are manageable things. But today, attacks are actually disrupting your hospital operations, even smart grids, even transportation, right? The airlines getting affected. So these are the trends as far as the cyber attacks are concerned. So what I can see that IT, IoT, and the OT, operational technology, going to play very important role, and for that we need to have a some kind of a security mechanism. And I went through uh, the uh, the schedule of this FDP, And I'm really happy that they are trying to touch upon almost all areas of cybersecurity with the eminent resource person from the industry as well as academia. Second trend, what I can see is the ransomware, right? So ransomware is an attack. It's a misuse of cryptography, wherein the cyber adversary can encrypt your the files with unknown key and then demand for a payment, which is online. Mostly it is in cryptocurrency like a Bitcoin. So dealing with such kind of attack is really difficult, and it's really concerning. And the rise of this ransomware attack is on higher side, in the sense the around 52 to 70% attacks happen in last couple of years, and most of them are ransomware. To develop such kind of a ransomware attack is no longer the you should be a great coder. There are services available, okay, wherein these ransomware the attacks are on sale over the dark net, okay, as what we use today, which is surface net, internet to we browse through. There is a dark web, or you can say dark net, wherein these ransomware application kits are available, and they can be used against any given organizations. So that means your government establishment, your financial institutions, banking sector, your entire banking, finance, security, insurance, all these sectors are under a constant attacks, and ransomware is one of the concern. And these attacks are no longer an act of the single entity. It is an organized crime. It's like a business. So this is again important trend that one must understand. And how do you make your organization resilience to all these ransom kind of attack? Third trend, what I see as far as emerging trends in cybersecurity is AI. So AI actually like a two-edged sword. It cuts both way, right? AI can be used for detecting anomalies or pinpointing the cyber attacks as quickly as possible. But at the same time, these cyber criminals are using AI far better than what the cybersecurity professionals. They are crafting the emails, right, like phishing or spear phishing kind of attack. Okay, thereby they are using AI, or maybe they are using AI even deceiving the well-known ML classifiers. So that's again a concern. So we'll have to see how to develop the AI solution which can resist AI-based attacks. So AI-based attacks and AI-based security. Third trend, what I see is the zero trust architecture or zero trust. That means we'll have to ensure every device, every application, every user, every network, as and when we connect or as and when we use. So, so that's very simple. That there's a Chinese proverb. What we call is trust but verify. So that architecture has come to ensure everything is verified and then it must be used. So we need to develop wherein every point of a security can be protected with the help of verifying those security controls and entering into these criminal and cyber criminal entering into the network. So, so this is what trends are. So, developing a zero trust architecture may help in coming years in ensuring the or controlling rather controlling. I mean, the cyber fourth trend and then you have to be ready with every kind of a situation in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity really challenging field, and I'm really appreciate the organizing committee to conducting a FDP session on cybersecurity, trying to empowering the faculty and the participants of this program to build resilience cyberspace, okay, to remain safe from this cyber attack. So with this, I'll conclude my the talk on emerging trends on cybersecurity. Uh, Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us and as well as a short description on threat trends. Now, I will have 10 minutes break. After the break, we will be joining Dr. Ambavdi sir in first session. Thank you all. We will be having 10 minutes break. We will be joining after 10 minutes.
Yes. So, Yasmin, madam, shall we start?
So, sir, I'm starting. Please
Okay.
wait a minute. Welcome all in first session of FDP. Before starting the session, instructions are as all participants are requested to keep their microphones muted and enable their camera as per the session requirements. Participants are kindly advised to use the chat box for submitting their questions and raise your hands for any interaction during the session. Attendance will be taken during the Q&A session. All participants are requested to turn on their cameras at that time. A screenshot of the screen displaying participants' faces will be captured along with an attendance snapshot from the attendance tracker. I request Dr. Amaude sir to take the proceedings ahead with the first session. One more instruction. Statement of ethics page need to be signed for all by all participants. We will be sharing it after the session. Okay. I request sir to please start the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. So, I think statement of ethics. Right.
Oh, yes, sir.
One minute, I'll just. I'll just paste in a chat box. My request to all the participants: will you please go through this statement of ethics, and then towards end you have to agree by typing yes, I agree. Please check the chat box for statement of ethics. All right. So hopefully everyone has read this statement of ethics, and finally you are agreed to the and presentation testing. Uh, all right. So in this particular session, we will cover what is the concept of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, what we call VAPT, and we'll try to explore the network VAPT, and the web application or web VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. What is why VAPT is important as well as understanding the security posture of the organization, and it is one of the compliance requirement. So understanding VAPT is going to be a useful benefit to you. And what are the VAPT tools available from the open source? Before I begin with the session, let me check your cyber security awareness. So everyone must be having some public email account, either Gmail, Yahoo, or Rediff, or maybe your official email ID of your own organization. Can you tell me how many of you changed your password last time? Was it 1 year before?
Recently,
Recent.
before 7 days.
Okay, 7 days before you changed it. Okay, all right. That's good practice. So security start with you. All right. Anybody, I mean, did you change your password or maybe your social media account, Facebook, Insta? Ma'am, do you remember when you changed the Facebook account? Kalpana madam, password?
No, sir. This is long time. Actually, I'm not using Facebook, therefore I haven't changed the password actually.
Any other social media, Instagram?
No
See, I'm
account
not
there, sir.
targeting you. Don't worry, I'm not targeting
No,
you.
no.
I'm just
No,
trying
sir.
to bring the reality.
Yes, sir.
This is a reality check. Okay, we
Yes,
being
sir.
the part of engineering institution. Do you really follow cybersecurity best practices?
Not exactly, sir.
Not exactly. Here is a problem. All right. So years together, people are not changing their password, right? And there is simple. You can change. You can say forgot your password, and you can set your new password. All right. How many of you enabled the multi-factor authentication (MFA)? Please answer. This is important. MFA is a multi-factor authentication, more than one. You can raise. I mean, you can. Yes. Good. Good practice. Okay. All right. Good. Fine. Very good. Good practice. Okay. So you must be using Wi-Fi, wireless, right? Network at home. And maybe you are responsible for configuration of Wi-Fi at organization, right? I just want to ask the first question. Allow me to ask these questions to you. This is important. Did you configure your own wireless access point at home? How many of you configure at your home?
No.
No. Okay. No. But you use Wi-Fi at home, right? But then question is, who has configured that Wi-Fi? Okay, Mayuri is saying yes, he has configured your own Wi-Fi access point. Okay, good. And when did you change the SSID? Yeah, net guy. I mean, I got one answer from Asra that the service provider, maybe local cable wala or maybe internet service provider, Geo, right, or ISP or Airtel. Okay, that guy has configured wireless access point for you, and you did not even look at the configuration, right? I would like to, I mean, keep this session more interactive. So please do respond. I understand this is online session. All right. So please do respond. Did you check when you connected the Wi-Fi net, your own Wi-Fi network at home? How many people are connected to your Wi-Fi? Do you routinely check? So you must be having your Wi-Fi access point password. Okay, and you can login password. So you can go and check number of connections and who are using. Okay, because Wi-Fi is everywhere. Yes, it is password protected. Yes, but then it's your own Wi-Fi, so you can actually configure it, and you can set the new SSID and new key every fortnight, every 15 days. Okay, all right. So I hope you understand what I'm trying to bring out from this discussion. This is what we call the user vulnerability. We are always in don't care condition, right? We don't bother. True? Is it true? Don't care condition. Or
Yes, sir.
simply we ignore. So security is not our concern. That is IT team's concern, right?
Yes, sir.
This is we practice. We trust our cable guy. Okay, all right. This is that what we call is a user vulnerability. That means user don't pay attention to its own security. Okay, and then you depend on someone. Okay, how can you depend on someone? So that's why this topic is very important. That's a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So let me. So we will try to even provide you the hands-on practice. Okay, so in today's session we will discuss about vulnerability assessment and the penetration testing, understanding the cybersecurity risk and how risk is associated with the vulnerability, right? So, and why vulnerability assessment is so important. What are the benefits of vulnerability assessment and what are the tools available for vulnerability assessment? And we'll have a demo of these tools, okay, and followed by the penetration testing. And then we will use Metasploit framework, all right? So this is the agenda for a discussion. Okay, so before I start with actually practical demonstration on how to perform the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, this is a skill. So I would not recommend you to practice on a live network. Take care of. That's why statement of ethics is given to you. If you wish to practice vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, please create a separate isolated network. So simply you can take a switch, okay, let's say 8-port switch, and you can take 8 or 16 port switch, and then you can have your own machines connected to it. Okay, maybe you are using physical machines. One other machine is Kali Linux, which is your uh, pen test system, right? Then you can have your servers, the clients, and you can create your own isolated network. Second option is you can have your own virtualized environment where you can practice it. So let me show you demo of it. Okay, I hope you must be aware of it. Virtualization. Which virtualization software do you use? So I use so the presentation, and I'll show entire screen. Yeah, just please kindly confirm. Yeah, can you see the virtual box? One of you please confirm.
Yes, sir.
So what you can do is you can set up your own isolated network with the help of VirtualBox. So VirtualBox is a virtualization software like your VMware. Okay, and the open source VirtualBox hypervisor is available to you. You can download from the VirtualBox site. It's available for Windows as well as Ubuntu Linux or any Linux and even Mac OS. So this is my setup. So install, or if you are using Ubuntu preferred operating system for this VAPT practice, I would recommend you is Ubuntu Linux. So I'm using currently Ubuntu Linux, and I can show you my operating system. It's a Ubuntu 22.04. All right. On top of that, we have installed VirtualBox, okay, which is hypervisor. Yeah. Uh, 7.2, I think. Yeah, it's a Oracle VirtualBox. Okay. How to install it? Simply you sudo apt-get install and the name of the virtual version of VirtualBox. Okay, you can install it VirtualBox by simply using apt-get service in a Ubuntu. After having installation of Ubuntu, uh, uh, okay, what you can do, you just create a separate network. So this is a workspace of VirtualBox. You can go in file and then tools, and can you see the network? So create a separate network. So there are host only network, NAT networks. I recommend you go for host only network and create a separate network. Okay. So this separate network is created under a virtual box. It's isolated network. And within that, we have a subnet 192.168.56.0/24. And it has built-in DSC, the IP address to the virtual machines. So the first step is to configure a host only network. Okay. And then go to adding a machines in the network. So in my case, I have three systems. Can you see the Kali Linux is a pentester OS? You can use another version, another distribution called Parrot OS. So this is a then Windows XP, right? And then for vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. All right, setup is clear to all of you. So this is how to set up the virtual environment, isolated environment for practicing the vulnerability assessment. All right. So then next you go to Windows XP. So let me boot into Windows XP. This is Windows XP, and I'll just go and check the IP address of this machine. So it's a 190.168.56.106. All right, this is one of the machines. So I'll go to the again go back to the virtual box and boot into the deliberate design distribution for vulnerability assessment and penetration practice. This is a Metasploitable Linux 2 version 2. You can see the settings. All right, and you can check the network again. It's a you can have multiple LAN cards. So adapter to host only adapter. Select it. So promiscuous mode I will allow all. Okay, and then I'll say okay. One more settings. Let's see another settings in the same Metasploit table to have a at least dual core machine. So you can select two CPUs and RAM around 1 GB is enough. And you can see it's a Metasploit table virtual machine ready. Okay, available online. I'll share the link with you. All right. So we saw the system, the virtual machine, and the network. Since I'm not using internet, so we can simply uh, disable the NAT network and keep only the host only adapter. All right, and then boot into Metasploitable Linux. Is booting into Metasploitable Linux. All right, I'll just increase the screen size. Okay, I'll make it 200%. Okay, it's already 200%. Is it visible, right? Yasmin, madam, please kindly confirm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So there is a by default login password. You can see MSF admin is the name of user and password is also same. Okay, admin. All right, and next step is ifconfig. Check the interface configuration. So command is network configuration, that is ifconfig, and can see the IP address is 190.168.56.102. Next step is you ping to yourself. So 192.168.56.108. Ping into yourself. Next is find the route path. So run the command route space minus n. Okay, but then you are actually connected to 190.168.56.1. That's your gateway. Okay. Okay. So after that, you can just have a whether you are able to check. I mean, check the any network connections already there or not. Just run the command nested minus an. ANT means all. Okay. Do not resolve name and T for TCP connections. I'll just go for a grep for any other port. Let's say port number 80. Yeah, I can see the port number 80 is a listening state, second row. So this is just setup of Metasploitable Linux. We'll see how to use it. Next step is you go back to the pentest OS or VA vulnerability assessment pentest environment, which is a Kali, which is very, very widely used. So I'll check the settings of this. So system, since it is pen testing environments, I would give more RAMs around 2 GB and processor around quad core 4 processors. Let me see. And I'm using live CD. There's no need to install Kali. You can have a live ISO image. Okay. So just boot into ISO and you can make use of it. And next is check the network. So it has adapter, network, NAT adapter, adapter 1 NAT network, adapter 2 host only adapter, and the promiscuous mode allow all. And boot into this. So let's start. Let's boot into Kali Linux. It will take some time. Okay. Yeah, it's getting ready. Okay. Let me check the amount of RAM available to me. So there's a command called free space minus H. Okay, which gives the status of amount of RAM used. Okay, so currently I'm using 3 systems: Kali, Windows XP, and Metasploitable Linux. So the amount of RAM left with me is quite less. Okay, so what I'll do is 1 minute, allow me to this. Okay. So is the setup clear to everyone? Please give me the confirmation. Lab setup. Lab setup. Okay. So create an isolated network. Okay. And you can have a Kali Linux into it in that setup, Metasploitable Linux, and then the Windows XP to perform vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. All right. So allow me to one of the machine. Okay. I'll just stop Kali for a time being in order to. Okay. So let me check now amount of RAM available to me now. It is around 2.4 GB. So Kali is a little heavy. All right. So while you're performing, take care of it. This one way of this is a option one. So option one is you can use uh, the virtual environment, means virtual machine, to perform this. Right. Option two, you can use even Dockers. Use a Docker containerization technology. Are you aware of Dockers? Are you using Dockers? Any doubt with respect to lab setup? Okay, very good. You have in syllabus Docker containers. Any doubt with respect to any settings or network setting or configuration with respect to Kali Linux, Metasploitable Linux, and Windows XP?
Sir,
Yes.
when we install Kali Linux in the system, sir, the
Hmm.
system is becoming very slow.
Yes, yes,
Or,
it's quite
or
heavy.
either it cannot be installed properly, or we cannot work with the system on which we have installed Kali Linux. Why
Correct.
is it so? So what is the
Solution.
solution for that?
So I suggest you lie ISO image. Don't install Kali. Okay. Just boot through ISO. See, in my case, I'll show it once again. In my case, I'll just show you. I'm not actually installing a Kali. Don't install Kali. There's no need to install it. So see, can you see this Kali Linux in my setup? If I go to settings and storage, so actually I'm booting from live ISO. This is ISO image. It's a live CD. Okay, I think this will solve your problem. Any other doubt? Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's difficult to install Kali latest version. I think many of the time it's failing. My screen is not visible.
No, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. I present now entire screen and share. Is it visible now? No.
No, sir.
Is it wrong with the screen sharing? Okay. Let me check. Okay. Can you confirm now? Oh, something went wrong when screen is sharing. Okay. Try starting your browser. If it is problem, continues. Some issue with the screen sharing. Can you uh, allow me some time to press? Let me check my settings.
Yes, sir, sure.
Can I rejoin the session? I think there is issue with some browser. Yasmin madam or Kalpana madam.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
I think there is issue with the browser, so I'll just change the browser. I'm using Brave now, so probably that is the reason. So I'll just I mean, I'll join you back within 5 minutes. Okay.
Fine, sir. There is
बोल रही है कंपल
yes, sir. It is visible.
Hello. Yes, Yasmin madam, can you confirm now the
Yes, yeah, the screen is
yeah yeah
visible.
yeah some can I present now? So will you please presentation somebody is presenting the screen. Share. Okay, all right. So let me check once again. So I want to present the entire screen so that did you check the my setup last time? I mean last present I mean the virtual box setup.
Yes, sir.
Now is visible.
Yes, sir.
So any I mean problem with respect to the earlier setup, the virtual box setup. This you checked, no? Last time. That time I
Yes,
was using Brave browser. Now it is clear there are three systems in a virtual environment. I'll just stop this. So can you see my command line? CLI.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me show you. This is one option one to with the help of virtual box. How can you create a isolated, separate network, separate environment, wherein you can have your own client server and the Kali Linux as a attacker system, as a man in the middle. Okay. Next setup is option two. What you can use, you can use a Docker. So please check whether Docker is installed on your system. So Docker is a command. In case Docker is not installed, then install sudo apt install docker.io. Okay, and use Docker. So next command is to check whether we have the Docker images with you. So this is the command that shows you the the existing Docker images. Okay, so in order to have a let's say the DAM vulnerable web application DVWA, you can simply search for a Docker. Okay, sorry, Docker search and Metasploit table, Metasploit table, Metasploit table 2. Okay, so I can see Metasploit table is available or Metasploit table to Linux. All right, so or else sudo sorry Docker search. Yeah, this is CJR. Okay, let me search this. Not available. Metasploit table search metas. There's a lot of images available, so you can make use of Metasploit table from the Docker Hub as well. All right, so shall I start demonstrating how to use vulnerability assessment and pen testing environment VPAPT? Okay, so I'll be using first I'll be using I'm booting into since avoiding the delay with respect to the memory utilization. So I'll just boot into one of the system which is Metasploitable Linux. Okay. Second is Windows XP.
Okay.
1 o'clock will check. Right now it's online.
Okay.
After 1 o'clock. All right. So first step first, let's say VA means vulnerability assessment, followed by PT, which is penetration testing. So you need to understand how these cyber criminals I think एक minute. Hello. I think my network is dropping the connections frequently. Hello.
Yes, sir.
It's dropping in between, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One minute. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, madam, I think it's dropping my network connection somehow. So what I'll do, I'll just play my video. Hello.
Fine, sir.
Is that fine, no?
Yes, sir.
1 minute.
Fine, sir.
Allow me to play my video. Okay. Just confirm the video is visible to you or not. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just play the video.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Tool for web application penetration testing, that is Verb Suite. So in order to perform this, the web application penetration testing lab, what we need is we need a metasploitable Linux, MSF Linux, which is DAM vulnerable web application as part of that web server, the server system, and then we need a Kali Linux as a penetration testing environment in which Verb Suite is built in. Okay, so let me present my whole screen to give you the confirmation. So entire screen. Okay. Yeah, hopefully the screen is visible to you. One of you give me the confirmation. And let me go to virtual box. So virtual box. Okay. Yeah, so we need a metasploitable Linux, MSF Linux. So go to MSF, select MSF. Everybody has this setup, so you know what is MSF. Go to settings once again, and network. I don't need a internet access in this, so I will disable NAT interface. Adapter 2, host only adapter, okay, and then boot it. So boot into metasploitable Linux. So this is DAM vulnerable web application environment for testing purpose. Okay, so next step is go to Kali Linux, which is I think I'm using 2018 version is okay. Verbsuit is there, a part of your Kali Linux, and so apply ISO image. Then go to network settings. I don't need a network NAT. I am not going to access the internet connection, so it's okay. And then adapter host, select adapter to host only adapter, and say okay, and boot into Kali. All right. So hopefully, yeah, and boot into Kali Linux. Okay, let me go back to the Metasploitable Linux. Yes, Metasploitable Linux, and yeah, enter the credentials MSF admin and MSF admin. Login password is the same. Okay, all right. So next step is check your network information. I have config. Yes, so IP address is 192.168.56.101 as per our own separate LAN created in virtual environment. So next step is you ping to yourself. Check the network connectivity. So self pinging 192.168.56.101. All right, so this is done. Now ping outside the box, ping to the gateway, right? And then you try to ping to the Kali Linux. So let me go to the Kali. Hopefully Kali is also good. Yeah, still it's getting booted. Okay, meanwhile, I'll go back to Metasploitable Linux and let me check web server is running or not. Okay, so this is Metasploitable Linux and netstack minus ANT. Okay, and grep for port number 80, which is web server, right? So we had discussed last time. So the corresponding service available here is the Apache web server, okay, where these web applications are hosted. So Apache 2, version 2, and see the status. So you can see the status of the MSF admin. Okay, status is Apache 2 start, stop, restart. Status is not available, but I can check. Okay, or I can even restart it. Okay, restart the Apache web server. So restarting the web server Apache 2.
All right, so this started, and you can check nestat minus ANT port number 80 is open in the listening state. So IF config again, check the IP address is 101. Let me go back to the Kali. So in Kali Linux, yeah, and run the first IF config 102. So first thing you ping to yourself C4, check the network connectivity again 56.101. Oh, sorry, 101 is the Metasploitable Linux, 102 yourself, and we can able to reach to the Metasploitable Linux. All right. And this you can use nmap minus st. So as you know, web server is running on the Metasploitable Linux, and we are interested in port number 80, which is web server. So you can see the port is open. Yeah, an HTTP. I want to know the what is the version of it. So minus SV will be the version of the web server. It's Apache 2. Yeah, so you can see this is Apache version 2.2.2.8. Okay, and it's specially designed for penetration testing. On the web server, there are web applications. All right, so it is reachable. So now I'll open the next step is open your Firefox browser. Okay, and try to access the website. Okay, so yeah, so open one new tab, Firefox 192.168 and 56.101. Yeah, you can see Metasploitable Linux. So these are the web applications deployed on the web server. One of them is DAM vulnerable web application. Yeah, so this is you can log in to this one of the web application. So this is you can see over here. It's a DAM vulnerable web application, and right now the security level. Let me hide this button. Security level is where is it? Security level. It is high. So instead of high, you make it low and submit it. Right. So now security level is set to low. Right. This already we discussed about there are various types of attacks: brute force attack, cross-site scripting attack, SQL injection, and so on. Okay. So this web application can be used for testing these vulnerable web applications. Okay. So this is accessible from Kali, right? Similarly, you can go back and check. There is one more project. Okay. Is web application Mutility. So this is also accessible to you. And herein you can see all those top 10 vulnerabilities as per the Open Web App Security Project. Okay, so these are top 10 vulnerabilities. So it is accessible to you. All right, so this is just setup done. And let me minimize the screen. All right, so lab setup is done. One of you give me the confirmation they understood the lab setup for web application pen test testing. All right. Next step is you have to use a burp suite. So next time you can go to the application in Kali and go to web application analysis and burp suite. Select the burp suite. So let's understand the burp suite. I think this is first time you are using the burp suite. So you are welcome to the burp suite. This is a free edition. Accept the license. Since we are using free edition, okay, we'll have a temporary project. So accept that, go to next and start the burp suite with the default. Yeah, wait for a moment. Yeah, all right. So you are in a burp suite. So welcome to the burp suite. This is a temporary project under burp suite. So there you can see there are various tabs. Okay. So burp suite, target, proxy, spidering, scanner, intruder, repeater, sequencer, decoder, comparer, extender, various project option, user option, alerts. So these are the options. Okay. So
So voice is not coming.
1 minute. What? Can you check now?
No.
Hmm? हाँ.
No, sir.
नाही माझा पण दिसतो का तुला बहुतेक आवाज येतो का? पुन्हा शेअर करायला लागेल. पुन्हा करू शेअर. कन्फर्म करा ऑडिओ एक मिनिट चेक. हॅलो. Voice is issue, no? 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm just resharing it again. Uh,
This is free edition, so scratch. But
Can you check
what is
now?
that functionality you have to understand?
Hello.
So basically, this verb suite
Hello.
Yes,
is like
sir.
a
Now
proxy
it is
between
audible.
your client and the
Now it is audible.
server. So your
Okay,
connection will go. Okay, so I will not go into the details of this tab. Okay, some of them we will explore right now. Target, proxy, and the scanner. Intruder. I think scanner is not available. This is free edition, so scratch. But what is that functionality you have to understand? So basically, this verb suite is like a proxy server. So your connection will go via verb suite. So understand the proxy settings. So once you open the verb suite, okay, there are various options available. There are various tabs available, and each tab has different functions. Okay, so let me now do the settings of the Firefox. Okay, so I'm just minimizing it, and again I'm going back to the Firefox. So you can see here, if I type the IP address of web server, I can access the web server directly. Now I'm going to do a proxy setting. So what is that proxy setting? Verb suite will come in between your web browser and the web application. Okay, so verb suite is like a man in the middle. All right. So right now you can directly access these web application. Okay, because it's a direct communication between you, means your browser, and the web application. So that setting I'm going to change it. Okay, so how to do that setting? Go to the right side of your browser and open menu. Okay, preferences, and then go to advanced. In advanced, go to network and go to settings. So can you see the settings? Yeah, can you see the proxy settings? So right now use system proxy settings by default. We have to use a manual proxy settings. So we'll use 127, which is localhost dot one, and port is 8080. Okay, so proxy port is 8080, and use this proxy for all the protocols. And say okay. And say okay. So that means now if I want to type any URL, it will go via that proxy. So that is nothing but burp suite. All right. So this is a proxy settings of your web browser, Firefox. So how to do that? Let me repeat the step. Go to right side of your browser, select that three bar or lines you can say. Then go to preferences, then advanced, network and settings, and go to manual proxy, select 127.0.0.1, port 8080, use proxy for all the protocols, proxy server for all the protocols. It will go via this proxy, and then select and say OK. All right, done. So after having done this, next step is what you do. Go back, sorry. Then you go back to Burp Suite. Again, Burp Suite already open. Where is that? Burp Suite is already open. And go to proxy. Can you go to the second tab, which is a proxy? Right? In proxy, there is a target. After target, there is a proxy. Select the proxy and the option. Under the proxy, there are sub tabs: intercept, HTTP history, right? Web socket history, and option. Select option. In select option, you can see this interface use for listening the proxy. It's a 127.0.8080, that port number 80. Or you can edit it, right? Just select this and edit it. Okay, it's now listening on the local IP address, local host, or you can select all interfaces and say OK and say yes, right? So this is first setting. Next is intercept. Select the intercept. By default, intercept is on. You can make it even off also, right? So you can do on or off. So right now I'm intercepting on. Okay, and now remember this setting. Intercept is on. So that means this connection between the proxy, the web browser, and the Firefox web browser and the web application, which is Metasploitable Linux, will be intercepted by the burp proxy. So, or before that, let's type 127.0.0.1 colon 8080. What is colon 8080? Nothing but burp suite. So you can access. So that means your connection going via burp suite. All right. So just check it out. Okay. So next step is to test it whether proxies in between your browser and the web application is there or not. Okay. Just typing it. One of you give me the confirmation up to this step you understood, or any doubt, or if you have any doubt you can ask. How's to?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Understood, right? So next step is now try to access the web application. So web application is on the web server. So I'm just open it, enter it. Now can you see there is a this loading symbol? But earlier it was direct access. Now it is via proxy. Harsha, can you confirm it? Are you understanding? This is loading, but still I'm not reached. Why I'm not reached? Any reason? Prashanuti. Okay, Komal, Chitish, Navgare. Okay, Kaustubh, over to you. Okay, because I kept intercept on, no? We are intercepting the connection. So this is intercept connection. So unless until I don't allow forward that connection, it will not. Okay. So remember this. Okay. So right now still loading. Still loading. Okay. So it is waiting for proxy to allow it, right? So let me go to proxy and say forward, forward, forward. There are a lot of other connections. Okay. Forward, hopefully done. Okay. and now you can see still not done. Okay, so forward. Yeah, now 192.168.56.101 get request. Okay, get post. So get, this is a get request, and now you can still not. Okay, now it has come. Okay, I have to pass that. So it is passed. Now you can get back. Yes, okay, so meanwhile I'll just close these other tabs in order to avoid the confusion. Okay, yeah. Now can you access it, right? It's going via verb suit, right? So it is intercepting. If I just, and now next step is what I want to do is, let's say minimize it. I want to go to one of the web application, let's say damn vulnerable web app, DVWA. Now still it is now going via proxy, still proxy has to pass that request. So this is a verb suit proxy, forward, 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 not yet come. Okay, ready? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. It was there. Okay, this passed. 1 minute. Let me go to browser. Yeah, now I'm into DVWA. Right? Now still it is asking to pass it that connection. Request to, yeah. All right, so you can see this is allowed now. So it's get request from the browser to the web application, and you can check the cookies. Security level is low, and it is now allowed. Hopefully now you have access. Okay, you have access, so you can go to boot pros. Now still it is asking to pass this request because it's going via proxy. All right, so now go to browser. Sorry for this, I have to keep switching between this. Okay, so kindly, okay, forward. Wait, 1 minute. I have two verbs. This is way of opened it, right? Yeah. All right. Yes. So I am reached to the damn vulnerable Linux. Okay, here I'm going to write supposedly test, and I'm going to write test 1 2 3 4. Hopefully this is correct password, and I'll log in it. So don't remember its password. Okay, now still now it's loading because proxy has to pass that connection. So let me go to proxy, forward, 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 forward. Yeah. So can you see here? There is a request username test. So what is request? Actually, it is connection is intercepted. It actually see in the request, get request. Username was passed test, and the password is test123 login. Okay, and what was the response to that? Okay, what was the response to that? Let me check in Firefox. Username and password is incorrect. All right, I think till this step now it is clear how connection is going via proxy, which is a verb suite. Okay, but one important thing we understood as an okay here, that in verb suite you can check, go to HTTP request. Okay, yeah, these are requests, so many requests so far. Look at the last one, second last one. Where is that? Yeah, DVW username. Just concentrate on this. In HTTP request this. So username was passed, right? So this is a request. Yeah. And if I right click this and open in intruder, send it to this intruder. Yeah, you can see this is now highlighted. Intruder tab is highlighted, and attack target is this, right? So I open in this connection in intruder. Please focus, right? So now you can see here attack target is selected. There's a target is selected. Sub tab, right? Under intruder position. So look at the position here. Wait a minute. Let that aircraft pass. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. So, Kaustubh, will you confirm up to this point? Position. So we selected. I mean, selected the target and look at the target. This is a request, and user has passed the username test and the password, right? And this is I pass it to the intruder. So this is a position. Kaustubh,
Yes, sir.
yes. So you can see the beautiful part of the burp suite is that all those fields, important fields, are highlighted. They're tagged. Okay. Let's say username has passed test, though it is failed, but what was exactly the request? You can actually analyze it. Okay. So you can look at here this. Okay. And then you can, here is a button, right side clear button. So if you clear it now, it will clear all those tags. I am interested in the these two. Which one? Let's say this is a username test. I am interested in this username, so I can add that tag. So can you see this is username and password is also, this is also field I am interested. So I'm going to use, I'm adding a tag. So instead of the by default tagging, I'm using my own customized tag. Okay, so I'm using this test and the password. Okay, now you go to the payload. Okay, and then we'll go to the option. So one by one. So we're going to crack that password brute forcing it. So this is a brute force attack on web application. So I selected my position, username and the password. Now here is the option attack type. So there is a cluster bomb. So you can use permutation combination. So I'm going to select that cluster bomb, right? And I will go to the payload. So I'm going to use a payload. So my first payload is your username and my second payload is your password. Correct. So suppose that I take first username. So there are, I'm just thinking of where are the possible names. So it could be test account. I'll just add a test. Or this could be admin account, maybe, or maybe administrator account, administrator account. Okay, sorry, administrator. Okay, maybe, or maybe there's a account called guest. So these are the possibilities, right? I'm just thinking these are maybe these account and enter. So there are 4 right now, or you can actually give the list. You can load that file. If there are some known attacks, known username, and there is a possible password, these files are available. You can, it's a part of your Kali Linux also. So one can make use of them. So you can add manually or you can load the file from there. So let's understand the very basics. You can add manually and check it. So I'm using brute forcing. Okay. So how do I do this? I'm using a payload as a username. Let's say I taken 4. Okay. And then next is your payload 2 is your password. So possible password for this may be a test, okay, or maybe test 1 2 or admin ये भी हो सकता है या admin admin password admin or administrator या password या PASS W0RD. These are some, I'm just guessing the possible passwords. I'm just loading this. So in first payload is my usernames, possibly test, admin, administrator, guest. And So and the password would be test 123 or 12 admin administrator password something like that, right? So we're guessing it. You can even load this the as a possible passwords from the load file from word list which is available in Kali. We'll see that later in time. All right. So after setting the payload is your username and the password. Now next step is the next step is you can actually start the attack. And here we are using the cluster bomb. So it will use a permutation combination of this. So it will apply test 1, 2, 3 like that, right? So before I do that, let's go to the proxy option once again and intercept it. So now we're going to launch brute force attack on the web application. So I don't want that the burp suite every time intercept the connection and then I have to forward it, right? So what I'll do is right now I will turn it off, intercept off, and I'll go to the intruder. Okay, payload is set, everything is set, target is locked, payload is locked, and then let's start the attack. Okay, since we are using free edition, it may be a slow, is okay. So let's start this. So it is started. So it is using permutation combinations. It has taken test account, test password, admin account, test password, like that combination. Yeah. All right, and this finished. Okay, and this is a brute force attack. Okay, so hoping for success. Brute force means trial and error, right? Every the login name and password you are trying from this set. So it's a permutation combination. So test is user, admin, administrator, and guest, and there are possible paste too. So it is trying. And can you just see the right side of this response outcome, Kaustubh? Will you please confirm? And you'll find
Yes, sir.
everywhere it is the same length. Response is same, but you'll find somewhere the length is different. That means more. So when I asked Kaustubh, and then second time I said Kaustubh, then Kaustubh responded. So that means this is interaction theory. In interaction, how do you provoke the other person to keep calling him, right? Okay, so here there was a success. In success time, probably number of bytes are more, na? Kaustubh?
Yes, sir. Correct.
So that is a guess. Yeah, यहाँ पे हो सकता है. There is a possibility because see everywhere you'll find the equal pattern 4882 bytes length, right? But here is a case, one case wherein it's a 4948, है ना? Again, so probably this is cracked. Password is cracked. And let me target this. Okay, let me go after this 18 number, admin, and password is admin. Sorry, username is admin, payload 1. Payload 2 is password, and I got a response 4948 length, which is out of pattern. So probably this is the answer. Hopefully. So you can check in a response. So at the bottom, sorry, what I'm doing. Okay. Sorry, where I am, just minimize this screen. 1 minute, where I was. Proxy was off, right? Yeah, I was an intruder. Options, target. Okay, let me restart it. Let me see the payloads are there. Something okay, let me restart it. So remember the request number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Somewhere request number 18, 494, which is out of pattern. So 4948. Yeah, this is response. So user is admin password, and you can check the response. This was the request. 18th was a request, and look at the in response to that. Check the response. Yeah, you got something, right? You got something more output. That's why the number of bytes also more. Actually, this is a raw data, raw response or header. Okay, this is header data and hexadecimal, HTML, and you can render. You can actually render it actual as if you are accessing the website or web application. So welcome to the password protected area admin. Hello. So we are successfully cracked that password. And what is a login name and password? Kaustu, what is login name and password? Admin and admin.
Passwords.
Admin and
Admin and
password.
password.
But there is a another password is there, na? Pass and O means number. Which one is this? So you can render it as if it is. Let's see whether it's really the same password or not. How to verify that? Okay, let me go back to the proxy, and here I will use. I use earlier. Let's say if I use admin and let's say test and run it and log in it, user and password is incorrect. So what is correct? To brute force attack, we understood admin is account and password PSSWD password is the correct one. So, and just enter it. Welcome to the password protected area admin. Clear? So how to perform the brute force attack on web application? This part is done. Hopefully you understood. And if you have any doubt, you can ask.
Hello. Um, Yasmin, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can we take break of 10 minutes?
Sir, how much time is here to finish?
No, this first part is over.
Okay.
Using burp suit brute force attack on web application. That part is done. Okay. I mean, I just want to reset my network again so
Hmm.
that I can show you the live demonstration of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing.
Okay, sir. Sir, because
My
we
session is
have
up
a
to 1
second,
o'clock. Sorry.
our second session we're going to start at 2 o'clock. So we need to take a lunch break before that.
Okay. All
So,
right.
hmm.
So what is your suggestion?
No, no. You give me a time, means when it will going to finish. So participants be ready with that.
Okay. So may I just need to check my network network connection. Okay. So that I can show you the live demo. Otherwise, I have to show one more video on this.
No, sir. Live demo should be.
Live demo it would be better,
Hmm.
right? So allow me
Yes.
some time.
Okay, sir. Not an
Okay.
issue.
Up to 10 minutes. It's now it's 12:14. So we'll
Hmm.
join at 12:24.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So participants, we are taking 10 minutes break, and after 10 minutes we will be joining again. Thank you.
Yes, Yasmin madam, shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So I'm audible, right? So let me present my screen again, entire screen.
Sure, sir.
1 minute. Yeah, come. Can you come this side? हाँ चालू आहे असू दे ना. बंद करू एक कॅमेरा बंद करू आणि present my screen. This is the entire screen. This and share. So this to avoid infinity, don't share your interest in show my screen. केलं. त्यांना विचारू हा I'll go to command line. Hello. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, fine. So let's begin with vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Okay, so we'll launch Windows OS. Okay, can you see my Windows in a virtual environment? And let me start it. Okay. So this is my target. Okay, let it be running in a virtual environment. And from here, I'll just try to find out what all the hosts are available in the subnet of class C. Okay, so 24, and then it show a live. Okay, and I'll just filter out some error messages. Okay, and &1 grep alive. So think like a hacker. Okay, so there are hosts available in that subnet. So I can see there are 3 hosts. Okay, out of which one of them is going to be Windows. So let me check, is it really Windows? So we are using Nmap, which is a sports scanner. Okay, to find out. Okay, 168.56.0, 56 dot, probably that's going to be 6, and port number 445. So it's open, it's a Microsoft Windows. Or you can use -O is option to find out the operating system. Okay, for which you have to be super user. Yeah. And now it is, yeah, it's a Microsoft Windows. This is a guess. And yes, it's a Microsoft Windows. So right now I am in Linux. So you can see the shell of Linux. And I want to get into Windows, hack into Windows, which is a C prompt, right? What is a Windows C prompt, right? At this Linux shell to Windows shell. All right. So how do I begin? So let me find out again Nmap, which is a port scanner, very widely used. 168.56.106 and the port number 445. Is it open? Yeah, it's open. So you can see the port is open. And why this port is open, let me figure it out. Okay, reason. So through TCP sync hack, right? TCP three-way handshake, we got to know the port is open. Now, is that port is vulnerable or not? How can I see? -N and -S capital V. Sorry, S and small s and V. All right. So on Microsoft Windows, TCP, the port is open. Okay. And there is a vulnerability associated with respect to this Saba service 445. So that I want to exploit it. So in order to exploit that, I need an exploitation framework, that is a MSF console, which is a metasploitable framework widely used for penetration testing. So I'm just running metasploitable frameworks, right? So it is getting loaded. We have to wait for some time. Okay. Yeah. Now it is, yes. So this is a metasploit. So greater than symbol, that's a shell of a metasploitable framework, wherein you can see there are 2,556 exploit and 1,680 payloads. All right. Once again, I will just nmap and check remote machine, which is Windows 56.106, and on which there is a 44445. That's a vulnerable port that I'm going to. Okay, so I'm going to use some exploit. Is a exploit Windows, and there is a Samba. There is a SMB, and there's a MS08 Net API. This is a specific vulnerability I'm going to exploit for a Windows. So look at this step. So I'm using exploit. Okay, and now it will show options. Okay, show options. It will show the remote machine. Okay, it's not set. Okay, but then I know there is a Windows available and whose IP address is 192 class C. So I have to set a remote host. Next step is set remote host 192.168.56.106, and now show options. All right, so I can see now 192 point, this is target, and I'm going to set payload for Windows, Windows. There's a meterpreter, okay, meterpreter, and reverse TCP to get a reverse shell. So I'm just setting a payload. All right. Next step is to again check the options, show options. So I can see that 445 port. So this is my remote host, and this is remote port. So this is a socket. So network is nothing but socket to socket communication. So the remote socket is available. I have to establish the socket to socket communication. So I'm going to L host, that's my local machine, 168.56.1, right? And I'll show the show options. So I can see my local host, right? And I can set another port. Let us set L port, which is 8888. So I'm just trying to create a network pipe. It's a socket to socket communication. And let me show options again. Right. So this is your remote host socket. This is a vulnerable port. And this is my port, that is local host machine, IP address and the port. This is a local socket. So it's a socket to socket communication. Okay. So, and now I'm going to start exploit. Exploit. Yeah, started TCP. Yes, done. Can you guess if I run the command ipconfig? So ipconfig is a command of Windows, right? ipconfig is a command of Windows, right? Whereas ifconfig is a command of Linux. So I can see ipconfig, and this is your Windows IP address. Is it audible? Yasmin madam, will you please confirm?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so can you imagine what is this system is? It's a Windows XP. So I am hacked into Windows, and at this there are so many things that one can do, and you can see all these are commands available to you. All right, even I can show the processes. So all these are Windows processes. Supposedly I go into Windows, actual Windows, that victim is doing something. Let's say victim is open notepad and in writing hello. So I can see that. Okay, I'll just run the command ps and you can see notepad is somewhere. Can you help me in where is the notepad process? Yes. So can you see this is PID number 488. This is notepad. So I can simply kill that process, kill, and the PID number is 488. So it's killed. So can I go back and see? No notepad. Or once again, I'll just open it and check. And let me check. Yes, and this time the process ID is a 556. All right, like let me kill it again. Kill it. 556. It is got killed. All right, so that means you can hack into Windows if it is vulnerable. All right, and all this help is available. Okay, you can even turn on the camera, take a screenshot. You can shut down the machine. You can launch an attack. Okay, supposedly if I just guess, if I run the command shell, what will happen? Any guess? So I expect some responses from you.
Unable to access the system?
No. Okay. Any other response, please? I'm not able to see you because there's an issue with the entire screen sharing. So please do respond. If I run the command shell, what will happen? Any guess? Okay. Before that, I want to show you something. The keylogger. You know keylogger? Anybody know what is keylogger?
Yes, sir.
Tell me.
Taking
Record of press keys.
Correct. Correct. Even I can take screenshot. Okay. Supposedly attacker, the victim open some session, let's say notepad, and I can take that screenshot. Whatever that means I'm able to monitor his activity remotely. I can take a screenshot. And screenshot is stored. I mean, it's stored here. So let me show you. Recent. Okay. What was the name of that file? Was HB. Okay. Home. Yeah, can you see this image? Hello. Please confirm.
Yes, sir.
So remotely, I can take the screenshot what's going on a victim machine. So controller is myself. All right. So let me demonstrate you keylogger concept. So if you go to the help command at meter, so you'll get to know what are the possible things you can do. So uh, you can run the command core commands, right? You can get the system details. You can take hash dumps so that you can crack it later in time. There are file system commands, networking commands. right? System commands, user interface commands. So here you can see the dump the keystroke buffer and start the capturing the keystroke, right? So this is possible. You can turn on the camera, right? Take a screenshot, or you can play the video stream from that web camera of the victim machines. You can record audio as well, right? So let me show you the key logger concept, okay, wherein keystrokes will be recorded and transferred to the controller. Okay. Dear participants, I'm sorry I'm not able to see you. Okay. But then if you have any query, you please ask. And now I'm going to implement keylogger. Okay. For that, again, I will do PS to find out what are the processes running. And one of the core processes running on Windows is explorer.exe. So I just want to migrate my activity behind some process, and that process ID is 1416. So I'm migrating. Okay. And I'm going to start key scan start. Yeah, snipper is started, and key scan dumping the keystroke. So suppose I go back to the here and say hello and enter, and this activity happened on the victim's machine. So can you see the hello and return? All right. Or I write welcome to FDP. This is the victim is doing some activity on his own machine, and all that is getting recorded and transferred to the attacker with the help of a, so welcome to the FDP. Okay. So I hope you are understanding this keylogger concept. So next step is obviously key scan, stop it. Stop the key scanner. So stopped it. So I hope you keylogger is clear. Now imagine what will happen if I run the command shell and enter, what will happen? Any guess? I'll get a C prompt. I'm inside a Windows. And from here, I can run the command ping 192.168 and 56.1, one other machine. So I can able to ping that machine. So attacker, A for attacker, okay, attacks vulnerable machine. So V for vulnerability, okay. By exploiting that vulnerability, he can launch attack on potential targets. Thank you. Potential target. Are you understanding? So supposedly assume here the potential target is 192.168 and 56.1 with, I'm going to increase the size of packet 3000. Supposedly if you do normal ping is of 32 bytes, right? You can see the normal ping is of 32 byte. So this is not going to impact as such to the, right? So if I do ping minus yes the size, and if I make it 3000, and that victim, the target machine, I'm assuming target is a different machine, okay, sorry, minus L 3000, which is double of MTU size 192.168 and 56.1. So now ping size is 3000. If I run the, again I run ping minus L this time 3000, 30,000, and the target machine is 168.56.1, and I want to do continuous pinging. So now time is increased up to now 5 millisecond. So it's a IP ping, IP, it's a ping use ICMP, right? Which is a Internet Control Message Protocol. So it's ICMP flood. Okay. And I can demonstrate you. Okay. Allow me to go into target machine, which is okay. And thereby I'll just check the interface, which is VBoxNet 0. Okay. I just copy this interface name and copy. And there's a ether app. Ether app is a package. Okay. Minus M protocol is IP, and I'm going to use interface minus I, on which the traffic is coming. Okay. You need a permission. Okay. Just a minute, because you have to be super user. So I'll just repeat this command with a sudo user, and you can see there's a traffic, continuous traffic is coming on this target machine. So you can see here that the attacker can make use of your machine to attack your target. So don't care condition, means ignore condition is not good. Okay, you can be victimized, you can be bot. Bot means victimized machine. So your machine can be used as a launch pad to attack these potential targets. All right, and even if this is right, the attacker, even if let me demonstrate to you. That's one. Allow me one more terminal window open, and I'll just say PS. This is a Linux process status, and one of the process is a MSF console, right? One of the process is a MSF console. I'll just, this is, it is showing all the processes within. One of them is a MSF console. So can you see MSF console was started from here, and process ID for that is 13,000, 1,39,016. I'll just copy this and I'll just kill that process. I'll just killing that process, kill -9, and killing that process. But then this will not stop attack. Is the attack is stopped? Is the attack stopped? Attack is not stopped. Attack is continuously. That means as a controller, okay, get into the victimized machine, which is a bot. From there, he launch attack on the potential target and he will go away, right? So attacker never ever use his own machine. He will use somebody else's machine. You want someone, okay, which is vulnerable, and he exploit that vulnerability, get into that system, and launch attack on those common sites like e-commerce sites, okay, or any important servers. And that attack has been started, triggered by the attacker, and attacker is gone, bhag gaya wo, but still his attack is going on. All right, are you understanding this? Still attack is there. If I go back, because the console is over, no longer he has to be there, he can be anywhere, he just trigger it, run it, and go away. Now in Windows, you as a victimized machine, you don't know what's happening. you can check in Task Manager. Oh, what is this Task Manager? In Windows, or you can else go to System. Okay, still attack is not stopped. That means you don't have a control directly unless until you monitor your system. So attack is going on. You can check when this attack will be stopped unless you control or you turn off your machine. So I'm turning it off machine, and let me see, is it stopped or not? It's stopped. So you need to understand that the attacker exploiting the vulnerability. And in this case, we use this vulnerability to exploit. So let's understand basic of what is a risk. So risk is a probability of getting system compromised, right? So what is attack? Any activity or series of activity which can compromise your CIA goals of information security, right? Which is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The person who launches attack is called an attacker, right? And any IT infrastructure is asset. What are you trying to protect? You are trying to protect attack. What cyber adversary is trying? They are trying to get hold of your assets, which is nothing but your PPI. Okay, PPI stand for the physical property, the people, property, and the infrastructure. So that property can be tangible or intangible, right? And the information. So property, people, users, and the information. On top of that, the user information, PII, which is a personally identifiable information, also can be compromised, get stolen, and can be kept for the sale, kept on sale on a dark net. All right, so understand the concept of vulnerability assessment and the penetration testing. So vulnerability assessment, VA stand for vulnerability assessment, is a process of identifying the vulnerability, analyzing that vulnerability, quantifying the vulnerability, and uh, and uh, quantifying the sense that in terms of how many types of vulnerabilities and whether that vulnerability is exploitable or not. It could be low vulnerability or a medium vulnerability or a critical vulnerability, right? Or all these vulnerabilities are actually been scaled with a CVSS score, which is a common vulnerability system score, to the scale of 1 to 10. So if it is high vulnerability, example in case of Microsoft Windows, just now we exploited one of the vulnerability with respect to the Samba port, which is a file sharing, that is MS08. This is a well-known vulnerability. CV, what we call a CVE, which is a common vulnerability and exploit, right? CVE. So this is a exactly unique number of that particular vulnerabilities. So why vulnerability assessment? Because attacker exploit the vulnerabilities. Whether that vulnerability is exploitable or not, that is a part of penetration testing. So for which we have a pen test environment like a Kali Linux, which has a bundled the open source tools and framework for vulnerability analysis as well as penetration testing. So I think one of them is Burp Suite for web application penetration testing we saw, and Metasploitable framework. So attacker exploit the vulnerability. So exploit is what defined we are breaching the security. So you must have seen I have identified the vulnerability of Microsoft Windows, then use exploit method to break into that system. All right. And threat is which is coming from outside. So we'll have to understand the fundamental difference between the vulnerability and the threat. Vulnerability is inherent to the system, internal to the system, whereas threat is emanating from outside. So if you look at the cybersecurity risk, the formalize vulnerability into asset into threat, out of which asset you cannot decide, right? Threat anyway coming from outside. What is under perfect your control is a vulnerability. So VAPT is an important process. All right. So it's a what I can say is a security risk is nothing but your business risk. So how do you reduce your business risk? By analyzing what are the vulnerabilities exist within your system, try to patch them, and there is again reassessment you do it so that you can reduce your risk. So I hope with this demonstration on vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, with the help with the help of open source tools, okay, like okay, because Kali Linux has bundles of tools available for vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, Metasploitable framework, Burp Suite, even Open Web App Security, ZAP, Hydra, and so on and so forth. There are so many tools are available for assessment purpose. So hopefully you can understand how we perform the network VAPT. We connect to the IP address, we scan the port, we map the service, we find the exploit, and we breach into it. Similarly, in case of Burp Suite demonstration, okay, we use this process, okay, to perform the web application penetration testing. Okay, with this, I would like to conclude my today's session. I understand there was in between an issue with the network. Okay, I'll share the my course material with you. If you have any questions with respect to lab setup or with respect to vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, you can ask.
Yes, participants, please raise your questions.
Ah, screen sharing. Okay. Other, I'll drop my email ID. Hello, my email ID. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just typing my email ID. If I have any questions, you can even ask later in time. So this is my email ID I'm sharing with you. All right. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Yasmin, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for informative session where you have explained web application security in details. Now, I would like to request our participant to raise their questions, if any, and so That was the shell question you have mentioned. After writing shell, then what will be happening?
I'm getting to the Windows directly.
Okay.
I Before shell, I was sitting on the network pipe,
Okay,
other
sir.
side of it. When I run the command, I think I shown in the demonstration. When I run the command shell, I actually get into the Windows
Okay.
as if I am the user of Windows without
Fine.
login and password. It's bypassing your authentication mechanism.
Okay, sir.
Even though you don't have a login and password, still you can get into Windows.
So, sir, so how can we protect our system this kind of from these kind of
Yes,
hackings actually?
absolutely. So in order to protect yourself, you need to enable your security. So one line of defense is protection, what we call protection. First line of defense, you enable your firewall. All right.
Fine, sir.
Second
Yes, sir.
line of defense, that you check your vulnerabilities. See, in particular case, we exploit the SMB vulnerability for port number 445, right? So either you patch those software,
Okay.
okay, or disable that, or uninstall it. All
Okay.
right. That's the second line of defense. So in case somebody left with a vulnerable system, so firewall may take it, which is a layered security. But if it is system security, system is internal to the system, na? So you need
Yes,
to
sir.
stop that service. Either you stop that service or disable that service, or you remove that software from the system.
Fine, sir.
That is a perfect security. All
Okay.
right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir,
Yeah. Thank
for
you so
this
much.
informative session. Thank you so much, sir.
I tried to give you practical demonstration rather than theory.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Okay,
Thanks so much.
now this is the time of lunch break. We will be joining at 2 p.m. sharp for the next session. Uh, participants are requested to fill the feedback form which has been shared in the chat box or in WhatsApp groups. Please note, filling the feedback form and attendance are mandatory for appearing in the test. And one more note is there actually. Statements of ethics page need to be signed by all the participants. So we shall be sharing it during the session or after the session. So kindly fill the feedback form. Thank you so much. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Hope you enjoyed your meal. I would like to thank all participants for their patience and time for bearing network issues in last session. Thank you for your kind support. Okay. Now we will proceed with second session for today by Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, sir. Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, sir, is a highly experienced IT and cybersecurity trainer with over 17 years of professional training experience across India. Sir holds a bachelor's degree in science along with a diploma in electronics and a postgraduate diploma in computer engineering, specializing in ethical hacking, cyber forensic, penetration testing, and IT security audits. He has trained He has trained numerous corporate professionals and students and has delivered sessions at prestigious events such as AppSec Europe 2016 in Rome and Hack Beach 2015 in Kerala. A certified expert and instructor, Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, sir, holds multiple professional credentials including CEH, ECSA, CND, CEI, and Microsoft certifications, MCT, MCTS, MCSA, known for his strong command over Windows and Linux environments, and extensive hands-on expertise with leading security tools and penetration testing frameworks. He continued to be a particular trainer in the information security domain. I request Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, sir, to take the proceedings ahead with the second session of the day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and good afternoon, all of you. So
Welcome,
I'll
sir.
begin the session. Should we start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We can start.
Okay, okay. I'll just share my screens. Please let me know if you are able to see my screen. All right.
Fine, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to present to you this topic on network security. Um, so we'll try to understand exactly what is network security and what are the ways. There are different ways that you can enhance your network. So basically, let's begin with exactly what is a network. So basic terminology with respect to network is when you have computers connected to each other in an with using various types of medium like wireless or maybe wired. We connect computers so that we can actually share information, data, and we can also share resources. So we are trying to protect these computers which are connected to each other in the network. So when we talk about networks, we have again two types of networks, which is private network and a public network. So private network is basically a network which is being used by organizations um, so that they can actually securely communicate and they can securely transfer data within their organizations. And public network, as you know, the internet is a network which can be accessed by anybody and everybody, and where we have to actually secure ourselves or our networks from the public network majorly compared to the private network. So let's begin with this topic on network security. So first and foremost, what do you understand by information security? So information security basically protecting available information or information resources from unauthorized access, attack, theft, or data damage. So what is it that we are trying to do with respect to network security? We are trying to protect our data because data is something which is very important. So we are trying to protect data from hackers who can try to access it without our permissions. Okay, and why is it that they would like to access our data? Maybe they want to damage the data, or maybe they want to leak the data so that they can get some money out of it. So, must have heard of many instances where attackers are basically they are attacking certain organizations. They're doing a data breach, and after they get access to the data, they try to leak the data on dark web, deep web, etc. Okay. So, due to the presence of the widely connected business environment, data is now available in a variety of forms, such as digital media and print. As I told you, today networks, the internet, everybody is using the internet. We are using our phones, we are using our laptops. Today, we are doing a lot of transactions on our phones. We can actually do everything right from the phone. All you need to do is just connect a phone to the network, to the internet, and we can do some online transactions. We can also transfer money, etc., etc. So if your devices are not secure, then possibilities are there that your device may be attacked and exploited, and then someone may get access to your data. So every bit of data that is being used, shared, or transmitted must be protected to minimize business risks and other consequences of losing crucial data. Right. So what are the goals of information security? So how can you secure your data? What are the main objectives of network security or securing our data? So first and foremost, our main objective should be prevention. Okay. Personal information, company information, and information about property must be protected. If there is a breach in security in any of these areas, then the organization may have to put a lot of effort into recovering losses. Preventing entities from gaining unauthorized access to confidential information should be the number one priority of information security professionals. So first and foremost, our main objective should be prevention. We need to see to it that our data is already secured, because if our data is secured, then attackers or hackers getting access to our data and our data being lost um, will be uh, will be totally eliminated. Right? Detection. The second goal is detection. Detection occurs when a user is discovered trying to access unauthorized data or after information has been lost. It can be accomplished by investigating individuals or by scanning the data and networks for any traces left by the intruder in any attack against the system. So you are using a network in your organizations. So how do you identify if someone is actually attacking your, or if somebody is actually trying to steal your data? So I'm sure some of you may have faced this. Like you may receive an email saying that someone tried to access your Facebook account uh, from some other location, and you get a message on your phone saying that someone tried to log into your account. So there is a detection process in place which detects that every time you log into Facebook, you are logging in from a particular location. So the server basically keeps a track of which location you're logging, and suddenly someone logs in from another location. So the detection is made, and then you are notified that someone from another location or maybe from another country tried to log in into your Facebook account. This way, you know, you get an alert message, you get an intimation that someone was trying to access your Facebook account. So in that scenario, what you will do is you are also asked to change your password. You are asked to secure your account, right? In the networks, there is another method of how you can identify if someone is trying to gain access to your network. So normally there are these logs which are there, log monitoring in place. If organizations have log monitoring in place, so there are certain logs. So logs are basically some alert messages which have been recorded every time you're doing some activity. For every event, there is some record maintained on your computer. So if there is some malicious activity taking place, so this event, there will be an alert message generated from that software, and you will be notified that someone was trying to connect to your system or someone was trying to log into your computer, etc. So it can be accomplished by individuals by scanning the data in networks for any traces left by the intruder in any attack against the system. Okay, so with respect to physical security today, nowadays we also have CCTV cameras. So that's okay. Also another example of detection where you can see when someone unauthorized person is trying to enter into your premises, right? And the next we have recovery. When there is a disaster or an intrusion by an unauthorized users, system data can become compromised or data or damaged. So if someone actually tries to has got access to your system or he's got access to your server, and he may have destroyed your data. So in that scenario, how can you recover from this state? So in these cases, you need to employ a process to recover vital data from a crash system or data storage devices. So in recovery, what you need to do is you have to have a process in place so that in case your data is compromised or if it is damaged, there has to be a way or there has to be a method using which you can actually recover your data back. So in the case of recovery, what you can do is you can actually take backup of your data and store it in a different location so that in case your data is lost, you can always recover it at a later stage. All right. So there are some terminologies which I would like to basically explain with respect to network security. So the first terminology that I would like to explain to you is risk. It's applied to information security. Risk is a concept that indicates exposure to the chance of damage or loss. So basically, the data which is there on your servers, your private data is very, very confidential. It is very, very important. So sometimes if a particular data gets lost, based on the type of data and the type of confidentiality of the data, uh, uh, the data is if that data is lost, sometimes it could cause a huge damage to the organization. So risk is basically defined as once the data is lost, once the attacker has got access to your server, what is the amount of data that has been lost, or and how much of uh, time it would take to recover that loss. So that is what is risk, the damage done to your organization. So so once the damage is done, based on the damage done by the attacker, you will have to calculate the amount of risk, the amount of loss the organization has to bear. Okay, that is what is called as risk. The second terminology is vulnerability. At the most basic level, a vulnerability is any condition that leaves an information system open to harm. All right. So vulnerability is nothing but another word for vulnerability here. I would like to say is weakness. So any condition that leaves your system, your information system open to harm. Again, here I will give an example of your mobile phones. Everybody is using your Android mobile phones, and uh, we are trying to access information from various different sources. Okay, and you have installed a lot of apps. So normally you install apps on your phone through from the Play Store, Google Play Store, and I'm sure you must be aware that there is also something called as the antivirus software available on the Google Play Store. But how many of you have installed an antivirus on your phone? Okay, you think that already your phone is secure, your Android is secure. No, that's not the case. Sometimes unknowingly, by mistake, you click on a link and you give permissions for that application to be installed on your phone. In that scenario, your phone doesn't have any mechanisms to detect those malicious software that is being installed forcefully by you itself. So if you had an antivirus in your computer on your mobile phone, it would have detected that software and it would have immediately deleted. That way, your phone could be very secure. Okay, so that is one example of vulnerability weakness. So if you're not taking any action of securing your devices, probability that your devices may be vulnerable to these type of attacks. Okay. Then the third is threat. In the realm of computer security, a threat is any event or action that could potentially cause damage to an asset. Okay, again, I gave you an example of not installing an antivirus on your phone. So that could be a threat. Okay, behind your mind, it is running that. Okay, what will happen if I actually click on the link? Will my phone be able to detect this malicious code? Okay, so that is what is threat. It is one type of a danger, or it's one type of a what we say is it's running behind your mind that what will happen if I click on the link by mistake and all those types. Okay, so not installing the antivirus automatically, you have this fear behind running inside your mind that maybe if you click on some malicious link, your phone could be exploited. And the fourth is attack. An attack is a technique used to exploit a vulnerability in any application or physical system without the authorization to do so. So if you have a vulnerability on your system or on your mobile phone, the attacker uh, we may target that weakness. He may try to exploit that weakness in your device, and he may try to gain access to your computer or your phone. Okay, so gaining access without authorization, without any permission, is called as attack. Okay, so with this, we come to a very important slide with respect to network security, which is the CIA triad. So the CI triad is a foundational model for information security that consists of three principles: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Okay, the CI triad. It serves as a guide for organizations to protect their data by ensuring only authorized users can access information, data remains accurate and trustworthy, and systems are accessible to users when needed. If any one of these principles is compromised, the security of the organization is threatened. So the CI triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is basically you can say they are the three pillars of information security. If any one of the pillars is compromised, your information security will be compromised. Okay, so let's try to learn or let's try to understand more about these three different principles of information security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The first and foremost I would like to explain to you is the confidentiality. So, what is confidentiality? This is the fundamental principle of keeping information and communications private and protected from unauthorized access. Confidentiality is typically controlled through encryption, access control, and steganography. So, what is confidentiality? Here, what are you trying to do? Here, you're trying to keep your data confidential, secret, private. Okay? Once you keep your data secret, private, okay, um, uh, someone who wants to access your data won't be able to access it. Okay, you are protecting its data from unauthorized access. Now, how do you keep your data confidential? How do you secure your data? How do you keep your data private, okay, or confidential, or how you keep your data secret? One of the methods that I mentioned on the slide is encryption. Okay, so encryption is cryptography is something which I will explain to you in the later slides, uh, including access control. But right now, I would like to explain to you what is encryption in a very short manner. So encryption here is normally your data is normally stored in you normally store your data or you transmit data in the plain text. Okay, data that can be read. Okay, everybody can read the slide which I'm presenting right now. So this data which is there in the slide is in plain text. Okay, so if you're storing your data in plain text, or if you're transmitting your data in plain text, and if this data is compromised, then the attacker will be able to he's able to read your data, so he can make use of that data. But what if this data is converted into another form? So when you convert data from plain text to a form which cannot be readable, which cannot be read by anyone, that is called as ciphertext. So when we convert plain text into ciphertext, okay, so that is what is called as encryption. When you store data in an encrypted form, so anybody trying to access their data, it doesn't make any sense to them. So even if they get access to your data, even if they steal your data, they cannot make use of that data. So that is what is called as encryption. Similarly, if you want to access your data, if you want to read your data, then you have to use the reverse process where you need to convert ciphertext back into plain text, and then you can read that data. Okay, so one way to keep your data secret is you can encrypt your data. It is converted into another form or another format, which is called as ciphertext. Second is access control. Access controls is we all have access to we have different accounts on different servers like Facebook, Gmail, Instagram. So every account you can see they are you have protected your accounts, your Gmail account, your Facebook account with a login with the username and the password. So that is one way of defining access to your data. So if if you want to access your emails using Gmail, you have to first log in into your Gmail. So that is what is called as access control. You can get access to the data that is stored on your mail server only when you log in to your server. Okay, so that is one way. That is another way where we can take care of our data. And the third is steganography. The steganography is again another technique where it is basically a technique where you can hide data in the different files. Like you can hide data in images, you can hide data in an audio file or a video file. Okay, so steganography is again another technique where you can take your data and you can hide it within a within another file, maybe or a JPG image file or a BMP file or a HTML file. So when you hide data, so for the attacker, it looks like an image, but actually you have hidden some data within that image file. So that is what is called as steganography, hiding of data within another file. The next is integrity. This is the fundamental principle of keeping organizational information accurate, free of errors, and without unauthorized modifications. Integrity is typically controlled through hashing, digital signatures, certificates, and change control. So what do you understand by integrity? So this is a fundamental principle of keeping your data accurate, free of errors, and without unauthorized modifications. So when you store data on your server or when you transmit data from your computer to the server, your data should be intact. It should not be changed. Attackers should not be able to modify your data. Okay, so the integrity of the data should be maintained. So if someone actually gets access to your data, if someone is actually able to modify the data, in that scenario, that data doesn't make it is no more important to you because someone has actually modified that data. And when you're sending the data to someone, then he's not getting the actual data which you have actually sent to that person. So one way to basically take care of unauthorized modifications is you can use a method called as hashing. So hashing is a technique where you basically generate a unique hash value for a particular data when before sending it across to the receiver. Okay, let me quickly explain to you what is hashing. So I'll just like to demonstrate the term hashing to you. So I'm going to go to a website called just to make you understand what you understand by hashing. Okay. Okay, so there's this website where it's an online hash calculator. So whenever you are trying to send some data to someone, so whatever data you are sending, what you do is you first generate a unique hash value for that data. Like for example, my data is password, all right, and you want to send this to someone. You can see there are different methods using which you can generate a hash value. So here I'm going to select any one of the algorithms like SHA-1. So it's going to generate a unique value. Uh, so SHA-1 is going to generate a unique value of 128 bits. Now, if I click on hash this, you can see there is a unique value generated over here for the word password. So imagine that this word is your data and you want to send this data to someone. So this is the value. So what you will do is when you're sending this data, you send the hash value in using some other communications medium. Maybe you're sending the data through email. You can send the hash maybe on WhatsApp. Uh, okay, and that way he may get your hash. So once the receiver gets your data, the first thing that he has to do is he has to first calculate the unique hash value. If the value, so let me just give you an example. Uh, So let's say for the word password, the value is this is the value that I have generated on this website. Okay. So when you send it and on the other to the destination, the receiver of this message, what he has to do is he also has to calculate this value. So let's say, for example, the hackers were able to get access to your data and they modified your data. Okay, so once this data reaches at the destination, the receiver of this data will again calculate the hash value for this data that is received from you. Once you calculate this value, he will try to compare it with the value that we have sent. Okay, so this is the value. Notice that the value is different. This indicates that your data has been modified. Okay, so whenever you're sending data, one way to basically take care of unauthorized modifications here again is you have to first encrypt your data and then send it across. So that way the attacker will not be able to modify your data. The second method is digital signatures. So digital signatures are when you're sending an email to someone, the one who's receiving your emails should basically uh, sort of he should he should know that it is coming from a genuine source. So what you do is normally you digitally sign your emails. So when you digitally sign your emails, so your email is basically encrypted with your key. Okay, so you normally encrypt your data with your public key, and you also send your private key along with your email. So when the receiver receives your email, he will use your private key to basically decrypt the email, and that's how you can get access to your data. So digital signatures is also one way to securely send data using different keys. Like it's basically a public certificate and a private certificate, using which you can actually sort of make sending emails, emails communications very secure. Similarly, we have certificates and change control, using which you can sort of maintain the integrity. So certificates again used for encrypting your data. So normally your websites, your HTTPS websites, normally certificates are basically integrated within your websites. So what these do is your SSL connection, that is your HTTPS connections in your website, they would encrypt your data, and that way whenever you are sending data to that particular website, it is sent in an encrypted form. And change control is nothing but um, it's basically you are trying to give you are defining certain access permissions to your data, so that if someone do not have those permissions, they may not be able to basically modify your data. Okay, so let's say you're given a user, you're sending a file to some user, and you're just given some read-only permissions. So that particular user will only have data to read that data. You will not be able to modify that data. Okay, so that is what is called as change control. And then we move to the third element of security, which is availability. This is again a very important element of security. This is a fundamental principle of ensuring that computer systems operate continuously and that authorized persons can access that data that they need. Availability is typically controlled through redundancy, fault tolerance, and patching. So, what is availability? So, whenever you want to access data from a particular server, maybe Facebook, okay? So, whenever you're trying to access Facebook, you should be able to access Facebook anytime you want to. But you must have experienced sometimes the Facebook server goes down, and when you're trying to access Facebook, you're not able to get access to Facebook. Not only that, you will also not get access to WhatsApp, or sometimes even your mobile networks are not available. So that way, whenever you want to access your data, sometimes if that particular server is not available in time, you may not be able to access that data. So that is what is called as availability. So in availability is nothing but you should be able to get access to your data whenever you require, 24 by 7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Okay, so how do you basically control this part of availability? So in the case of server going down, you could have multiple servers, maybe a primary server and a secondary server, such that if the primary server fails, automatically there is a backup secondary server which automatically takes over, and that way you get your access to that server is maintained. Okay, so that is what is called as redundancy and fault tolerance. Then you can also you implement patching where different vulnerabilities can be patched. They can be, once the vulnerabilities are patched, they become very secure, and then attackers will no longer be able to compromise those servers. So majorly why servers are going down is because if there is a particular vulnerability, The attackers may launch attack like something like a denial of service attack, using which they can bring down the server. So in that scenario, if you have patched the server, if you have patched all the vulnerabilities on the server, the attackers may not be able to launch the DOS attack. Okay, so I will discussing with you about the different types of attacks in the later slides. Okay, so with that we come to another slide, which is we're going to see about the different types of hackers. Since we are dealing with network security, so we need to know what are the different types of hackers who basically who are trying to gain access to our data. Okay, so there are different types of hackers. The first type of hackers is white hat hacker. So white hat is a hacker who discovers and exposes security flaws in applications and operating systems so that manufacturers can fix them before they become widespread problems. So hackers, white hat hackers, you can also call them as ethical hackers or security analysts. So these are professionals. Basically, what are they doing is they are trying to find what all vulnerabilities, what all weaknesses are there in your operating systems, vulnerability in those software or maybe in the operating system. They will notify the manufacturer. For example, if there is a weakness or a vulnerability in your Windows operating system, then these white hat professionals, they would report it to Microsoft, and then Microsoft will then issue a fix for that particular vulnerability. And once you apply that fix to your operating system, automatically that vulnerability will be fixed. Okay, so white hat hackers are basically they discover these type of security flaws in applications, and after that they report it to the manufacturer so that they can basically create a fix, sure fix for it before it becomes a widespread problem, before attackers start exploiting those vulnerabilities. Then we have a black hat hacker. A black hat hacker is a hacker who discovers and exposes security vulnerabilities for financial gain or for some malicious purposes. So this is a hacker who is, you can see he's also a very what you say, an expert in this particular area of hacking, but he's using his knowledge for malicious activities for financial gain. So these are people, black hat hackers, are basically professionals who use the knowledge. They also find security vulnerabilities, but they instead of fixing those vulnerabilities, they would leak those whatever data that they have compromised. They will leak that data for financial gain. Okay, they will try to sell that data so that they can make a lot of money. Sometimes they work for organizations, maybe competitors, to attack other organizations so that they can gain financially. So for monetary purposes, something that black hat hackers will normally work for. And then we also have a gray hat hacker. This is the third type of a hacker. So a gray hat is a hacker who also discovers publicized security problems, but without the organization's knowledge or permission. Now here you can see this gray hat hacker is exactly the same like your black hat hacker. Okay, the black hat hacker also discovers, he also exposes, okay, and he also doesn't take any permissions from the organizations. Gray hat hacker also does the same thing. He also discovers and publicizes security problems, and he doesn't take any permission from the organizations, so without organizations' knowledge or permissions. Okay, now they report security flaws to manufacturers, and they consider themselves to be acting for the common good. So the difference between a black hat hacker and a gray hat hacker is basically the intent. What is the intention of that person trying to scan or trying to basically scan some other organization's server or website without taking their permission, without authorization. Okay, so white hat hackers, what they do is they whatever activities they do, they first take permissions from the organization, and then they would try to find what all weaknesses are there in the applications and operating systems. Black hat hackers do not take any permissions to basically to find the security vulnerabilities, and since they are not taking any authorization from the organizations, and once they get access to the data, they basically leak that data for financial gains. In the case of gray hat hackers, uh, as you can see, they are similar to the black hat hacker. What they do is they also do not take any permission from the organizations, but they report if they find any vulnerabilities in a web application or in any operating system, they report it to the manufacturer. Okay, so I'll give you an example of a gray hat hacker. So let's say, for example, you are a ethical hacker. So you're supposed to, as an ethical hacker, you are always supposed to take permissions from the organizations before testing a particular server or a application. Okay, but here what you're doing is you're already a white hat hacker. You are already performing. You are already doing the work of discovering vulnerabilities and the manufacturer. But sometimes what you do is you try to scan certain organizations' website, and once you find any vulnerabilities, you then report it to that organizations. Okay, and since you have not taken any permissions, sometimes the organizations to whom you're reporting those vulnerabilities may not consider your report or whatever you want to tell them, whatever you would report to them about their vulnerabilities. Here, I would like to give an example of a young college student who has completed his ethical hacking, and he is also acting like a gray hat. So what he did was he tried to get access to the IRCTC website, and he scanned that website, and he got certain vulnerabilities in the book. You can, as you know, we can also, whenever you're traveling by train, you can book meals online. So that particular link on that website was vulnerable to attack, which is called as parameter manipulation or parameter tampering. Here, one could actually easily modify the amount, the value of the product. So he tested that website, and he found, and what he did was he was able to change the amount for the tea. Okay, so he purchased tea from that website. So now the tea cost 10 rupees on the website. He changed the value from 10 rupees to 100 rupees, and he was able to buy that tea for 100 rupees. So yeah, basically, why did he buy that tea for 100 rupees and not for 1 rupee? He could easily change that 10 rupees to 1 rupee, right? But what he did is he changed that 10 rupees to 100 rupees. The main thing that he wanted to do is he wanted to explain his intentions about why he was illegally trying to report an issue on that website. So once he sent that report to to the IRCTC organization, they accepted his report because he was able to make very much clear his intention that he was not discovering vulnerabilities for monetary gains or financial gain, but he wanted to alert them about certain weaknesses that were there on their website so that they could correct those problems and they could basically avoid a huge loss from that particular vulnerability. Okay, so that is what is gray hat. So you can see the last line. The only distinction between a gray hat and a black hat is one of intent. Okay, so you need to be very clear with your intentions. And if you're able to prove your intentions to the organizations, then they will accept whatever you have done. Okay, but sometimes if you're not able to make clear your intentions, the organizations may not accept your report, and maybe that may be like a counter attack on you. That organization may launch us. They may sort of report a crime against you, and sometimes you may be behind bars for doing that activity. So you have to be very careful when you start acting as a gray hat hacker. Okay, so with that we come to the next slide. So we started with defining what is information security. We saw the goals of information security. We discussed what is the CIA triad, and I also explained to you the different types of hackers. Now let us have a look at some of the different types of attacks that could take place on your network. So we're going to discuss about some of the network security threats. So majorly, I'm going to explain to you about the four different types of threats here: malware attacks, social engineering attacks, denial of service attacks, and insider threats. So let's touch on the first type of attack or the first type of threat, which is the malware attack. So what is malware? So malware is basically it is a malicious software. Malware is nothing but it is a malicious software. Okay. So any malicious software is something which is not desirable. So malware is it's an undesired or a malicious software that is placed into the target system to disrupt operations or to redirect system resources for the attacker's benefit. So nowadays, if you see uh, the operating systems are secure if you're using Windows. Microsoft regularly releases hot fixes and patches in the form of Windows updates. And once you install the Windows update on your computer, all the vulnerabilities with respect to that operating system are automatically fixed. Same goes with your phone. So your phone manufacturer also releases updates, and if you regularly if you're installing those updates regularly, then whatever vulnerabilities are there in your Android operating systems are also automatically fixed. So since there are not much, so attackers when they try to scan your systems or devices, they may not get any vulnerabilities or weaknesses on your system or on your computer or on your phone. So in that scenario, the attackers may try to install a malware on your system or on your device. Okay. So the one major potential use of malware, which were using which attackers can launch different types of attacks, like the denial of service attacks. Okay. They can host illicit or illegal data, skipping personal or business information for the purpose of identity theft, profit or extortions, or displaying unsolicited advertisements. All right. So there are different types of malwares using which the attacker can launch different types of attacks. Like I've mentioned here, we have virus, worm, trojans, spywares, ransomwares, etc. These are some of the malwares that could, once they infect your system, then your data may be compromised. Okay, so virus is basically once it's a malware which once it is infected or on your computer, if your operating system is infected with a virus, then if that computer is connected to the same network, then this virus, what happens with the virus is if one system is infected with the virus, it spreads to other computers. Okay, so that way your whole network may be compromised. Similarly, we have another type of a malware which is worm. So the major functioning, the major um, functionality of the worm, that is computer worm, is its main function is to spread. So worms are normally they normally spread from one computer to another. So if this computers all the computers are connected to the internet, or maybe it's connected to a network, then worm would just spread from one computer to another. So normally worms are used to basically increase. That is, once worms start spreading from one computer to another computer, what happens is your network bandwidth automatically decreases, and then that way you may not be able to use that network. So data transfer and other things may be very slow if your network is infected with a worm. Then we have Trojans. So Trojans are malwares which are normally used by attackers to basically to basically control. So it's like a remote control. Once Trojan is installed on your computer, the attacker is able to get complete access of your computer, and then he can perform any activities. He can do anything that he wants. He can steal data, or he can try to delete applications or install other applications on your computer. Then we have spywares. Spywares are again malwares which, when installed, the attacker can totally monitor you, exactly what are you doing, where are you going, which location are you, and all that. Let me give you a small example here. So there is one website there which I would like to show you. Um, so this website, so there is this spyware which you can buy, but I'm just trying to demonstrate exactly what is this spyware so that you can it's sort of clear with you. So there's a Android spyware called NSpy. Let me just take you to the actual website. You can see there. So spywares, you can see this company. It is marketing spyware as a parental control software. Now let me just give you a demo here so that you can understand exactly what a spyware does. You can see this spyware is being installed on the MI11 Ultra phone. And once you install that spyware on the phone, you can actually have a look at the data from your browser. So on your laptop, you just go and log into this website, and once you log in, you start getting data from that phone. You can see. So there is a lot of data that you can actually view. For example, you can view all the photos that are there on that phone. You can view the videos. Okay. You can also have look at the calls, what all calls that person has called, what all apps are installed on that phone. You can have a look at that too. Plus, you also have GPS location, exactly where that person is traveled or where he's at the moment. Okay, there is also screen recorder, text messages. You can also get access to emails, WhatsApp, Snapchat, etc. So this is what spywares can do. And once spyware gets installed, the attacker can actually monitor you each and every step that you take. Okay, so that is what spywares can do actually. So in order that these spywares don't get installed on your device, see that you have protection on your phones, like have a proper antivirus and an anti-spyware software so that these can be detected. All right. And then we have the social engineering attack. This is very popular nowadays. This attack is very popular. Attackers are actually using this type of an attack to basically steal data. So, what is social engineering attack? A social engineering attack is a type of attack that uses deception and trickery to convince unsuspecting users to provide sensitive data or to violate security guidelines. Okay, so this is an attack where the attacker is trying to sort of trick the user into believing that the link that he has sent you is actually a genuine link. Okay, so if you fall to that trap which the attacker has set for you, then probably you may be attacked. Okay, so this attack is basically targeted towards users, okay, rather than technology. And the systems can be vague and hard to identify. So you will not be able to identify whether the URL that the attacker has sent to you is a fake URL or what we say is a genuine link. Okay, so sometimes the way the emails are drafted, the way the messages are drafted, you may think that it is a genuine message, it is coming from a genuine source, and then you will do a mistake of clicking on the link. And once you click on the link, automatically that malicious software gets installed on your computer or on your phone, and the attacker then gets access to your device. So social engineering attacks can come in a variety of methods, in person, through email, or with the phone. Okay, so in person, like the attacker may impersonate, he may try to sort of communicate with you using someone else's identity. Maybe you get a call uh, from someone, you get a WhatsApp call from someone, and when you see the call, you can see the picture of a police officer. Okay, so you think that a police officer is calling you, and then when you pick up that call, okay, that and then the attacker then tries to sort of intimidate you, like because you picked up the phone thinking that it is coming from a police officer, but actually it is a fake person who is calling you. So as soon as he calls you, he may tell you that you have tried to send some parcel to outside India, and when they were sort of scanning the parcel, they found certain unauthorized things in that parcel, and then he has to come to the police station because yes, you have performed a crime. So that's the start of making you scared, making you they're trying to make sort of scare you, intimidate you, so that you get scared. And once you get scared, then they will try to sort of extract money from you. So you get scared, and then you start telling that you have never sent a parcel and so on and so forth. But they say that okay, your name is this, this is your address, because they get all this information from the internet. You have to be very careful when you are actually sending certain things. So even for that matter, we doing a lot of we buy a lot of things online, okay, from e-commerce websites like Amazon and Flipkart. And normally these parcels are delivered in the form of boxes and envelopes. And if you do not discard these boxes and envelopes in a proper manner, the attacker may get your information like your name, your address, your email address, and your phone number, etc. So he may use that information to sort of perform a sourcing attack on you. Okay, so that's how he got information, and then he's able to correctly tell you that your name is this, and you're actually staying here. This is your email. So when he starts telling you all this information, you then tend to believe him. Okay, you tend to believe him, and you lay your guards down, and then whatever that person is saying, you agree to that. Okay, even though if you have not done that, but then later on, you try to beg, you try to tell them that you have not done this, but they are not listening to you, and then they say, okay, we will try to see a method, we'll try to see a method or a way where we can you can come out of this, and then they say you have to pay so much of money, you may have to transfer so much of money because it's a crime. So to close this case, you may have to pay so much money. So that's the start of um, extracting money out of you. Okay, so if you're not very much alert, then it is possible that your bank account may be completely empty. Okay, similarly, emails, social engineering, you may also get a lot of, uh, you may get an email from some certain persons. Maybe you're getting an email from a bank saying that someone tried to withdraw money from your account and they need to verify your credentials. So that way you may think that you may think that actually someone may have tried to access your account, and then you will, and that bank, the email is in the email it is mentioned that you need to verify your account. Okay, and then you think that it's true, and then you start giving information about your bank account to that attacker. And then over the phone, this is also very, very popular. You may get a call saying from that your account is deactivated, and this call is from RBI, and it is all about reactivating your account. Then they ask you like, do you want to activate your account? So you may say that yes, I would like to activate my account. So then they will ask you certain details. Maybe they may ask you your bank account details, or then your CVV number, your expiry date, etc. Okay, and after some time, they will tell you that now this is the last step. Uh, Once you complete this step, your card will be automatically again activated. So they tell you that there is a OTP which they have sent. So once you share that OTP with them, the your debit card will be automatically activated. Okay, so that OTP is nothing but it is they are trying to make a transaction from your account to their account, and once you give the OTP, automatically the amount from your account gets transferred to their account. Okay, so this is happening a lot nowadays. Social attack. There is no way to identify this attack. The only way that you can identify social attack is by awareness and training. So nowadays, employees are trained for different types of attacks. Okay, I will just show you one such. I would just like to demonstrate so that you can actually uh, things become a little bit clear for you. Okay, so it's very easy to sort of uh, perform these type of attacks. I will just demonstrate email phishing. So I'm going to go to my another test account, and I go to Gmail just to show you how you can actually sort of identify certain things. Okay, so okay, I'm going to send this mail to myself, for example. So whenever the attacker tries to uh, craft an email, this is just a test email. So he just drafts an email, and then at the end he will send you a link. Let's say, for example, you can see in Gmail we have an option to insert a link. Okay, so here I type facebook.com. So let me also put www.facebook.com. And here type or paste the link. So this is going to be the actual website, the fake website that you have created, and you would like that user to access that fake website. So you put that link here of the place. The fake website is www.facelook.com. Then click on apply, and you can see how the email link looks like. You can see it looks genuine, right? Let me send it and show it to you. So when you open this email, and if you click on this link, okay, let me just click on this link and show you exactly what happens. You can see it is going to facelook.com. Okay, so if there was really a fake website hosted with this name, it would have opened here. It would look like Facebook, but it is not actually Facebook. You clicked on the link, okay, the fake page opened, and then you try to log into Facebook. As soon as you log into Facebook with your username and password, and then you click on login, your credentials, that is your username password, automatically will be sent to the attacker. That way, the attacker gets your credentials for Facebook. Okay, so how do you identify these type of attacks? How do you know that the link that is sent by the attackers is a fake link? What you need to do is whenever you receive an email, a phishing email like this, you just go and keep the mouse pointer over here. Okay, when you keep the mouse pointer over here, and you can see right here at the bottom, when I take this mouse pointer there, you will be able to see the actual URL. See, let me show you again. See this? You can see facelook.com. So it's basically when you take the pointer over there, it shows you exactly the link where you are actually going to. So that way you know that this is a phishing link and you don't have to click on that. Okay, so I'm also giving you some information on security awareness. All right, so this is about social engineering attacks. All right, let's continue. Okay, okay, just give me a minute, 1 second. Okay, so the next attack that we're looking at is the denial of service attack. So what is a denial of service or a DOS attack? So denial of service, as I told you before when we were doing the three elements of security, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So here attackers are basically trying to compromise. So the the attacker may launch a denial of service or a DOS attack. So this is an attack. It's a type of a network attack where the attacker attempts to disrupt or disable systems that provide network services by various means. So DOS is basically the attacker may try to send a large number of requests to your server, and if your server is not able to handle those large number of requests, it may basically your server may not be able to handle those requests, and because of which your server may go down. It may just crash. Okay, so that is what is a DOS attack, where the attacker tries to overwhelm the server, the target host, and since the server is not able to handle the large number of requests which the attacker is sending to the server may crash. Okay, then we also have something called as a distributed denial of service attack. So a distributed denial of service attack is a type of DOS attack that uses multiple computers uh, okay, I made a spelling mistake here, on separate networks to launch the attack with many simultaneous sources. So let me explain to you what is a distributed denial of service attack. Here, what the attacker does is, just give me a minute, 1 second. I'll just explain to you this. So let me just explain to you what is distributed denial of service attack. Okay, so let me just show you this part. So what happens here is the attacker wants to sort of compromise this server. So we have a server here, and the attacker wants to bring down this server. Okay, he doesn't want users to get access to the server. Let's say this server is Facebook. Okay, so normally the competitors like Telegram may try to bring down this server so that users are not able to access the Facebook server. Okay, now what Facebook has done is they have equipped the server to handle various types of attacks, normally DOS attacks. Okay, but so if this attacker is trying to launch a large number of, is trying to send a large number of requests to the server, since the server is equipped to handle those large number of requests from a single computer, it may handle those attacks and it may not go down. But here, what the attacker is doing is he wants to anyhow bring down this server down. So what he does is he compromises a large number of computers on the internet. So there are computers on the internet. So he goes and attacks these computers. Okay, so let's say, for example, these are a few computers that he's attacking. Let me just quickly show you. Okay, let's see, these are some, let's say about 9 computers or 10 computers. The attacker is compromised on the internet. So once he has again attacked these servers, sorry, these computers on the internet, after he attacks these computers, he installs Trojan on each and every computer. Okay, so Trojan, I told you, is a malware using which the attacker can get complete control over that system. So he's installing a Trojan. So the Trojan that is installing here is called as a bot. Okay, so install bots in all the computers. Bot is nothing but it is a one type of a malware. It's actually a Trojan. Okay, so he's installing these bots in all the servers, or in all the computers. Sorry. Okay, so these computers which he has compromised on the internet, they are called as zombies. Okay, so these terminologies are very important with respect to these attacks. So he has compromised a lot of zombies, and once he has compromised these zombies, he installs these bots on the. After he installs these trojans, which are called as bots, he then creates a network of these computers. So this he connects like these all the computers to each other. So basically, he's trying to create a network of all these zombies. Okay, something like this, creating a network. Okay, and this network is called as a botnet, BOTNET, because it's a network of bots. So that's why this network is called as botnet. Okay, now what the attacker does is now he's set up a control center on his computer, and now he's trying to he gives a command to this botnet. He issues a command to the botnet. He tells the botnet to send a large number of requests to the server. So he gives this command. Let's say he's telling them to send a large number of ping requests to the server. So all these 10 computers or 12 computers, they start sending a large number of requests from here. So if you see, every computer is sending some request from the computer to the server. So since there are large number of requests coming to the server is not able to handle this amplified requests which are coming to him at one time, because of which he is overwhelmed and he goes down. This server then could crash. It will no more be available. So once the server crashes, any user trying to access the server may not be able to. So what the attacker has done here is he has distributed his attack with other computers. Okay, so that's why this type of a denial of service attack is called as distributed denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack, where the attacker compromises certain computers on the internet, and using these computers, he is launching an attack on the service. All right.
माइक नहीं आया है
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Gordon, sir? Hello? So please unmute yourself. Hello, Gordon, sir?
Hello.
Sir, can we take a 10 minutes break?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, definitely, not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next will be your hands-on session, sir, or you are going to continue this session simply?
I'm going to take. There are a few slides, and then I will just
Okay.
demonstrate. I'll give a demonstration on one of the topics.
Okay, fine, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll
So
take a.
we will be taking 10 minutes break and then we will come again and joining, sir.
Okay. So
Thank you,
we're
sir.
going to we're going to disconnect, or we're going to remain online.
If we can disconnect, sir.
We can disconnect. All right. No problem, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, welcome back. Of FDP. I would like to request Gordon sir to please take over the
Yeah,
session.
sure. I'll do that. Okay, so this second half, I'm going to just quickly take you to some of the slides that are there with respect to network security. So I was just explaining what is denial of service attack. I'd like to quickly take you to another threat that is normally available in an organization, which is an insider threat. So a disgruntled or an otherwise malicious personnel uses their unique knowledge of the organization to exploit it for personal gains. So sometimes the employee who is not very happy working in organizations, they may try to leak company data outside to the competitors. Okay, so that these type of insiders, these type of employees could be a huge threat to the organization because possibilities are there that that person may be leaking a lot of company data outside to the competitors. All right. Okay, next is I would like to speak to you about some network security technologies. So how is it that you're going to secure your networks from different types of attacks? So one way to do that is by using firewalls. So firewall is any software or a hardware device that protects a system or a network by blocking unwanted network traffic. So firewalls generally are configured to stop suspicious or unsolicited incoming traffic through a process called as implicit denial. The type of traffic blocked or permitted through a firewall are configured using predefined rule sets. So normally you have a firewall installed in your network, and this firewall is normally placed at the perimeter between your private network and the public network, so that anybody from the public network who wants to enter into your private network, the firewall will immediately block him. That way your private network will be secure. Okay. Then another device or another type of security that you can implement in your organization would be using IDS and IPS. IDS stands for intrusion detection systems, and IPS stands for intrusion prevention systems. And IDS, that is intrusion detection systems, is a system that scans, evaluates, and monitors the computer infrastructure for signs of attacks in progress. So IDS basically is continuously scanning your computer, scanning your network, and if any malicious traffic is trying to enter into your organization's network, it will try to detect it and then it will raise an alert. Okay. So once it generates an alert, then your next step would be to stop that attack. So if you find that it is an attack, you can go and then stop that attack. So IDS software can analyze data and alert security administrators to potential infrastructure problems. So IDS basically will only alert you about an attack. It doesn't stop the attack. Okay. So similar to an IDS, we have something called as IPS, which stands for Intrusion Prevention Systems. So what IPS does is it not only does the work of the IDS, but it also actively does the work of blocking certain attacks. So if IPS detects an attack, it will automatically block that attack. Unlike IDS, we need to go and first verify it is an attack, and then we need to manually block that attack. In the case of IPS, it does this automatically. Okay, then we have cryptography. So I already explained to you cryptography, a little bit of it when we started it. So cryptography is the science of hiding information, most commonly by encoding and decoding a secret code used to send messages. So cryptography is basically used in the first element of security, which is confidentiality. So modern communications and computing use cryptography extensively to protect sensitive information and communications from unauthorized access or accidental disclosure while the information is in transit or while the information is being stored. So cryptography basically, I told you it if uh, if your if your data is accidentally compromised, also your data will be still safe. The attackers will not be able to read what that data is. That way, you will not be able to misuse that data. So there are two types of cryptography, majorly symmetric and asymmetric. Okay, in symmetric encryption, we normally use a single key to encrypt the data, and we use the same key to decrypt the data. In the case of asymmetric, there are two keys, public key and private key. We normally encrypt the data using the public key, and we use the private key to decrypt the data. The private key is normally stored in a private on a private server in a safe location, so that when the data that is being encrypted has to be decrypted, uh, the private key of the server will be used to decrypt that data. Access control and authentication. This is also part of the first type of the element that we discussed was confidentiality. So how can you protect your data? How can you keep it confidential? So access control is the process of determining and assigning privileges to various resources, objects, or data. Access control is how authorization is managed. Okay, so basically you try to uh, define certain permissions like who can access what data and what access rights or what authorization he has got on that data, whether he can modify the data or he can just read the data and so on and so forth. Authentication is a method of validating a particular entity's or individual's identity and unique credentials. Authentication concentrates on identifying if a particular individual has the right credentials to enter a system or a secure site. So authentication credentials should be kept secret to keep unauthorized individuals from accessing confidential information. So authentication is whenever you want to try to access your data, you need to first log in. So nowadays we have something called as two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication, where you not only use your password, but you also have to enter the OTP. So once you try to log in with your password, then you get an OTP on your phone, and only when you enter the OTP you get access to your account. So that way, authentication is also they have authentication mechanisms so also secured using two-factor and multi-factor authentications. Best practices. So what are the things that you need to deploy in the network so that your data is actually secure? The first and foremost is security awareness trainings. So you need to educate your employees in your organization so that they are aware about the different types of attacks, majorly the different types of social engineering attacks like phishing emails and spam mails, etc. So, an educational program designed to help employees recognize and defend against cyber threats like phishing and malware, ultimately reducing human error and improving an organization's overall security posture. The second best practices that you can actually implement in your organizations would be to regularly do the security audits and penetration testing. So regular security audits and penetration testings are crucial for proactively maintaining cybersecurity by systematically checking an organization's security. So here, what are you trying to do is you are verifying all the policies and other things that you have actually implemented in your organizations. So you try to scan your servers to see if there are any vulnerabilities on this, and then if you find any vulnerability, then you will try to exploit it. So that comes under penetration testings. Okay. So security audits evaluate policies, controls, and compliance, while penetration tests simulate attacks to find and exploit technical vulnerabilities in your servers and computers. The next is patch management. So this is the process of distributing and applying updates to software and systems to fix security vulnerabilities, correct bugs, and improve performance. So patch management is also equally important. You have to see to it that all your software applications and your operating systems have got the latest updates applied, so that there are no vulnerabilities in your applications and your operating systems. That way, you can be very much sure that your software is secure. The next is business continuity and disaster recovery. So business continuity is the overarching strategy for maintaining operations during a crisis, while disaster recovery is a subset that focuses specifically on restoring IT systems and data after an event. So your organization should always be prepared that if in the case of any attack, they can actually uh, withstand those attacks, or they can actually overcome those attacks, and they can business can continue as usual. So business continuity keeps all aspects of businesses, including staff and critical functions, running, whereas disaster recovery is the reactive technical process of getting IT infrastructures like servers and networks back online. That way you have some backup servers. You also take a backup of the data. So if there is a disaster, you can always recover from that disaster and your business can continue as always. Okay, so with that, we have come to the end of the theoretical part of this training. Now I would like to demonstrate certain different types of attacks. So let me just take you to a demo now. Before that, do you have any queries uh, with the topics that I've just explained to you? Anybody has any queries? Would like to ask me something? Okay, so maybe after this demonstration, if you have any queries, you can always ask me. So I'm going to demonstrate to you the social engineering attack. So I'm using a virtual machine called Kali Linux to demonstrate this lab. So I'm just starting my virtual machine and let me just demonstrate to you uh, how a attacker can perform this particular social engineering attack. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate to you the tool uh, which can actually accurately track your location. Okay, so I'm going to go to my Kali Linux and let me just start my terminal screen. All right. So I'm using a tool here called Seeker. Okay, I already have this tool installed. So let me just run this tool and show you how someone can actually track someone's location. So I'm just going to go to this folder called Seeker and I'm going to run this tool called Seeker. Now, along with this tool, before actually run this this particular Seeker tool, I have to make certain, I also have to start a port forwarding software called ngrok on my computer. So what ngrok does is, so now basically I'm this particular system, I'm connected to my private network. Okay, if you see my IP address, okay, it is 192.168.0.102, which is the IP address of the Class C private network. So right now I'm connected in a private network. So if I want to launch an attack outside this network, maybe on a WAN environment, then I need to port forward my IP address. That is, I need to forward my private IP address to the public IP address. For that, I need to do something called as port forwarding. Okay, so I'm using a tool here called ngrok to perform port forwarding. Let me just do that stuff first. So I'm going to go to my downloads folder and I have this tool already downloaded on my computer. So let me run this tool. So I do an ngrok. So I'm starting up a HTTP port 8080 because the Seeker tool uses this port number which is 8080. So I'm starting a connection with the port 8080. As soon as I press enter, okay, error slash. Okay, you can see now I've just started my session over here, and you can see the forwarding is happening over here. There is a HTTPS link which is being forwarded to my localhost IP address. So let me switch back to my Seeker tool. Okay, I'm going to start Seeker. So to start Seeker, I put the command, I type the command /seeker.py and press enter. Okay, so as soon as I start this tool, you can see it tells me to select the template. So there are a lot of templates that we can use. So I'm going to use a very popular template, which is WhatsApp redirect, which is at number 3. Okay, so I go on and type 3 and press enter. Now, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to create a WhatsApp group. So I need to specify a group title, right? So I'm just going to put in here something like Hacking Labs. Okay, so I'm creating a title called Hacking Labs, and then I press enter. So I'm creating a WhatsApp group called Hacking Labs. Now it is asking me to give a path to the image. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to have an image which is matching my group title. So I'm just going to go to my browser. I'm going to search for a specific image which is dealing with Hacking Labs. So I search for Hacking Labs. Just want to show you that it's very easy to create to basically trick someone. So there are already a lot of tools available. Okay, so I had configured my browser for the proxy. Let me just remove that setting so that we can actually proceed further. So I'm going to go to images because I want to have an image which matches my WhatsApp group. So there's already a website with that name. So there are a few images over here. So let me just copy this image. So I'm naming this image as hacking, and I save this image. It's being saved to my downloads folder. So just to verify that it is downloaded in that location, let me just open up another terminal screen and just go to the downloads folder. And we got that image. Yes, you can see the hacking.jpg image here. So let's have a look at the path. It's /home/Kali. We'll just copy this path over here. So I'm just entering the path here. Okay, the path is incomplete, so I'll have to run this command again. Let me do it again. Okay, I'm going to manually type this /home/Kali /downloads/hacking.jpeg. We need to specify the path for that image. Press enter. Now we need to enter the WhatsApp group URL. What we need to do here is the URL we need to copy the URL from for the ngRock, the port forwarding link that we just created. So I'm just going to copy this link like this. Just copied that link. Let's switch back to Seeker. Paste it here. Close. You can see there it's not done again. We did not copy that. Let me do it once again. Very sorry for this. Free just CKING labs /home/Kali slash. It sometimes happens. Now let me quick copy it properly. Select it and copy it. Okay. Copy selection. Maybe it has copied this time. Yeah, you can see now it's copied that forwarding link. the HTTPS link. Just press enter, and you can see it's starting the PHP server. Now, what you need to do is you need to send this link to someone on WhatsApp. And as soon as he opens the link, let me show you how it's going to look like. Okay, so I'm going to open this on my browser because right now I cannot show it to you on my phone because you'll not be able to, as it is, you'll not be able to see my phone, right? So I'm just going to do a control V. If you are able to see this link, I would advise you, I would want you to just type this link. Okay. Otherwise, I'm just going to show you on my browser itself. You can see this HTTPS link. You need to send this link to someone, and as you need to basically draft a message on your WhatsApp saying that I've created a WhatsApp group, and please click on this link to join my WhatsApp group. Okay, it's on Hacking Labs. So as I press enter, you will see now. Let me just show you how it looks like. Okay, we need to click on this. Since I'm doing it on the browser, I get this message. On the phone, you will not get it. You can see this is on WhatsApp. It's a WhatsApp page. You can see the image which I had shown. Now, when someone opens this link on the phone, we have a small option over here, join chat, right? So if someone clicks on this join chat option, it asks you that it wants your location, and if you click on allow, okay, you need to tell that person that you need to do that. Okay, and now when you switch back to the seeker tool, you will see that we got some information about that person. Okay, now since it's on my browser, the location information it says is unavailable. Let me just try to do it again. Let's say join chat. Let's say allow. Let's try it again. Let me see if it is happening. Or maybe let me just do it on my phone just to show you that it's actually working. Okay, so I'm just going to just put this URL on my phone and show it to you, so you'll know exactly that it's working. Okay, even you can try it. You can see the link is in front of you. Just start Google Chrome. Don't worry, it's not going to create any harm, and not going to use your location. So I'm putting my location right now. I'm just trying to enter that URL on my phone. So I've started my Google Chrome. Let me just enter this URL. Okay, this URL also, there are different ways to basically change this URL. Like you can actually instead of this URL, there are some websites where you can use this URL. You can give some another name. Now the ngrok, the port forwarding software which I'm using, it's a free software, so it doesn't allow you to create this customized links. But if you're using a paid version, then you have a lot of other options also. Okay, let me just key in all the information just to show you that you are able to see the exact location of that person to whom you have sent that link. Maybe it's a huge URL, right? So it's going to take some time for me to type. I'm almost done. Okay, so I just type my URL. I'm just going to go to that. So I've got this thing open on my phone, and I just click on join chat, and notice that it's giving you, it not only gives you information about my location. You can see it also telling you that it's also giving you information about my phone, like what version of Android I'm using, and everything. Okay, uh, so it's not Android 10 in my phone, it's Android 15, but it tells you that how many cores you have, how much amount of RAM, then the ISP that you're using and all that. You can see the latitude, longitude. If I'm moving, it will also tell you at the speed at which I'm moving and all that stuff. So let me just open this link and show it to you exactly. You will be able to see my link now. You will be able to see probably my exact location where I am. Yes, you can see. So basically, this is my location. So I'm taking this class from Vidya Vihar in Mumbai. Suburbs. So this is one way of tracking someone's location by just sending some link to them. And as soon as that person clicks on it, you immediately get his accurate location. Okay. So this tool has got many other templates like you can trace someone's location and other things over here. Okay. Similarly, we also have some other tool on social engineering. Let me also quickly demonstrate that because since we have some time, I would like to also demonstrate one more lab on creating a phishing website. So there's a tool called like there is spear phishing attacks, website attacks. So spear phishing is you are attacking a specific person. If you want to attack someone specific, you perform a spear phishing attacks. Okay. Right now I'm demonstrating attack where I'm going to create a fake website and you want to steal someone's credentials from that particular website. So I'm just trying to demonstrate that part to you now. So we are performing an attack on a website. So we're going to go with option number 2, which is website attack. So I type 2 here and press enter. And what is it that you are doing? So on the website, we are trying to steal someone's credentials. That is the username and the password. So we're going to go with option number 3, which is the credential harvester attack method. Press enter. And how are we going to do that? How are we going to steal someone's credentials? By creating an exact replica of that website. So we're going to clone that website. So we're going to use option number 2, which is site cloner, and press enter. Okay. Now it is telling me what is IP address of the computer where you want this information to be sent back. So this is my Kali Linux IP address. So I'm going to press enter here. And now we need to enter a URL to clone. So I'm just going to go to my browser and I'm going to access a particular website for which I'm going to create a clone. Okay, so I'm going to create a clone for this website called testfire.net. Okay, so you can see this is an online banking login, an online banking page. I click on sign in. We need to create a clone of the login page. So I click on sign in and now I'm going to copy this URL. And we will paste this over here. So we need to paste that URL here. Okay, so you have to enter the URL to clone. Okay, then press enter. So what it's going to do now, it's going to clone this website. Okay, it's already done that. Okay, the next step is you need to go to your browser. So I'm going to go to I'm visiting Microsoft Edge on my base machine just to show you this stuff. So here what you need to do is you need to enter the IP address of your Kali Linux. So it is 192.168.0.102. Okay, press enter. And you can see as soon as I enter, it opens up the website. I can just log in now. I just put in my name itself over here. This is just to show you that whatever I type here, and I've typed the password. Okay, just to show you that this is the password that I've typed. As soon as I log in, you can see it's on a fake page, so it will not get the logged in. But information about your username and password has already reached the hacker. As soon as you do this, you can see we have the actual website opened here on my computer. Now let's switch to Kali Linux. You can see whatever username and password I typed on that browser, I have received it on my Kali Linux. It's that simple. Okay, so you have to be very careful when someone sends you a link and you click on the link and you try to log into that website because sometimes the website would look exactly the same like how it is. Okay, all right, clear with this? Fine. So that's it from me. I would like to know if you have any queries or any doubts. with respect to this subject called network security.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for this informative and interactive session where you have explained network security in detail. And now I would like to request our participant to raise their questions, if any, and put your cameras on for the attendance screenshot.
Okay, you need to make a practice. So normally for softwares, is some software applications how often do we have to check for patches and updates? So normally with respect to operating systems like Windows and Android, updates are automatically pushed to your device. But other than that, if you have any other software like you have Google Chrome or other software applications, if you are accessing that application regularly, so what you need to do is at least once in every month, that is once in 2 months or 3 months, that is quarterly, try to see if there are any updates for your software. Let me just demonstrate it to you. So let's say, for example, you have Google Chrome installed on your computer. So you just have to open up Google Chrome because it doesn't automatically update. And then you need to just go to your settings like this and go to help. And under help, you will see there is about Google Chrome, right? So just go and open up that and you can see it automatically would check and you can see it is also updating the Google Chrome. So at least once in 2 months, just try to go to the application and see whether there is any update available for that software. And if it is there, you can see it will install it like this. All right. Welcome, ma'am. Any more questions? I hope I was able to make the session interactive. It was useful for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
On
Any more
behalf
questions?
of entire organization, yeah, yes, sir. Any
Yeah.
more questions?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the interactive session or informative session also. On behalf of entire organizing team, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Gordon Gonzalez, sir, for sharing his expertise and delivering such an enriching session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Kindly complete feedback form before you leave. Tomorrow, the session will start by 10 a.m. sharp. Please be on time. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you so much, sir.